Test, test, test. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Test, test.
This is the Lake County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on May 20th, 2025 in Board Chambers, Tavares, Florida.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the May 20th, 2025 meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. This meeting is being live streamed on the county's website. We're also broadcasting via Zoom for those members of the public who wish to provide input during the meeting but are unable to attend the meeting. We're going to open our meeting today with an invocation. It will be given by Pastor John Carey of the First Baptist Church of Umatilla, and then we'll remain standing and we will all participate in the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's a great honor to be here today. I know it's EMS week and the proclamations today, so after 14 years serving in Lake County, I'm grateful to get to be here to lead the prayers. Thank you. Let's pray. Father, we do thank you for a day like today where we can join together to do the work of government. I pray over the commissioners and the staff here that as they are making decisions, that as they are determining what's good for the county, that they would just work with your wisdom, Father, that the decisions they make would be honoring to you and the great populace here in Lake County. Thank you for this day and the love of Jesus Christ, and it's in his name that we pray. Amen. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to welcome everyone who's joined us today. We look forward to the rest of our agenda, and those of you that are here to be recognized, we're excited that we have you here in our audience. So we'll move on first with some things that we have to take care of before we move on to that part of the agenda. And I'll call on the county manager, Jennifer Barker, to let us know if we have any changes or updates to our agenda today.
I do. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. First, we have an updated proclamation that was attached to tab 2 for EMS week. An updated resolution was attached to tab 13. Tab 38 was added as an addendum after the agenda was first published. Also, I am requesting, before we start the business of today, we add an emergency agenda item to fill a recently vacated seat on the Value Adjustment Board. Former Commissioner Jennifer Hill has agreed to be appointed if the board so chooses. So I would need 2 actions from this board. 1, to vote to add this as an emergency agenda item, and then 2nd, to consider the appointment of former Commissioner Jennifer Hill. And then finally, I'm requesting that since we have a large crowd here today receive proclamations, that we move the ARPA update to immediately follow the presentation of the proclamations.
Okay, great. And then on that emergency item, will we go ahead and make the motion and vote on that now to
Correct.
add it?
Yes.
Okay, so could we have a motion? Everybody understands that's for the Value Adjustment Board, and in order to certify the tax roll, we have to have that meeting prior to the end of this month. And so with the resignation of the citizen that had been on that board, we really need to get this filled, or we're going to have an issue with adhering to our Florida statutory requirements.
Move to approve, Adam.
All right, now that's on our agenda. Would we go ahead and vote on that matter now?
Vote on adding it. You have to first.
Right, we added it, but now
Oh,
we're,
we got to vote on.
Got to vote on adding it.
Adding
You have a first and a second.
right, we just did that. All in favor?
Vote yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Make a motion to appoint Jennifer Hill as a temporary for the Board Value
Adjustment Board.
Adjustment Board. Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that has been approved. And we appreciate Jennifer for her willingness to serve and to step up and help us in this situation.
And can I say something about Ms. Hill? Is she has always been there to help out the citizens of Lake County and has always stepped forward to do a lot of things for us, so it's greatly appreciated.
She has, and she's served on the canvassing board for years. Yes, and that is somewhat of a thankless job, and it takes up a lot of time. So, yes, thank you, Jennifer. You're much appreciated. All right, moving along then to our minutes approval. Our Clerk of Courts, Gary Cooney, is here with us.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission. I have 1 set of minutes for your approval this morning.
All right, do we have a motion to approve those minutes or any change? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving then to our citizen question and comment period. I have 1 card that's for a vacation that will be later in the meeting, a road vacation, and then, I think that's a public hearing. We have a comment card from Ray Powers with the Lake County Historical Museum. Mr. Powers? And remember, you just have 3 minutes, and the buzzer might go off if you get to the end of your 3 minutes.
I don't want to give you the pleasure of that either, so thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Quick update. We had a lot of exciting things recently happen. We'll give the good one first. We had Judge Wilkie in the museum doing a signing ceremony for his book, and Mr. Parks has a copy of the book. It was really special. And with him, he had a World War II vet, and the gentleman's name was John Bevel, and it still amazes me the people we have in Lake County. Real quickly, he was born in 1924 in Waldo, which everybody should know where that is, and he was captured at the Battle of the Bulge, served in a POW camp, went in at 154 pounds, came out 84. He's 100 years old, and he just as spry as could be. So we were really blessed to have him, and maybe down the road we can recognize him a little bit more. The other one, on March 15th, we had the Florida Highwaymen in the museum, and also I want to thank Commissioner Smith was at the book signing, so thank you. So at the Florida Highwaymen, we had Al Black there, and he actually painted a painting while he was there, and I'm blessed to have it with me. Unfortunately, we lost Al Black 2 weeks ago, and we're down to maybe 2 of the original Florida Highwaymen. So this, when he was painting it, kept telling me it's special. I didn't realize at the time how. So you guys now spin it around. His signature on his paintings were birds, believe it or not, and the 3 at the top were Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Due to his life, the one that's down low, he said he was the fallen one, and that represented Al. And this is one of the last ones that Mr. Black painted. And if anybody here doesn't know the history of the Florida Highwaymen, dig it up. I mean, it's really, they're iconic for Florida, and he's going to be missed. Once next to last, May 27th, I'm going to steal probably a little thunder, is the birthday of Lake County. She's 138 years old, and you guys won't be meeting, but happy birthday, Lake County. And then on Memorial Day, we have a tradition of having a sunrise service. Your flag at code is lower the flag at sunrise. So we do this at A.W. Peterson Gun Shop, and that'll be at 6:31 this Memorial Day. We'd love to have everybody there. We're planning on having a really cool speaker, unless something messes it up, which will be a really good thing if it does. But anyway, our chair, Commissioner Campion, will be speaking for us at that ceremony. So we're thrilled about it. All right, I did it.
You have more time if you want to talk about that speaker anymore. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. All right, do we have anyone online? Yes, Eric.
Yes, we do have one online. Barbara Morris, you should be able to unmute. Please state your name and then give your comments to the board.
Good morning. My name's Barbara Morris. I'm in District 4. I wanted to address this now so I didn't eat up my time later on when I speak. I really appreciate this Zoom because it allows people like myself who is totally disabled to participate in all these government issues. I cannot see or hear the timer or the buzzer from my position here. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm not being disrespectful if I go over my time when I speak. And I wanted everybody to know this for those of us on the side of Zoom that might have hearing or vision disabilities. And I thank you very much.
All right, Barbara, and you're going to, I think, join us later for a particular item, or did you have more to comment on?
There's going to be a couple of things I'm going to be commenting on probably in this hearing and then again in the following CRA.
Okay. Oh, okay. Appreciate it and appreciate you being with us today. All right, anyone else online? Okay, then we'll move ahead at this point to our presentation of proclamations, and we're going to start with tab 2. First, we have to have a vote. Okay, we can go through, we can actually approve all of these at one time if someone would make a motion to that effect.
Make a motion to approve all proclamations.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, those are passed. Now we'll call on Commissioner Parks, and he will make our presentation for National Emergency Medical Services Week.
Join me, Chief. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners and residents. Great to see a wonderful turnout this morning. I have the privilege and honor, the blessing to be able to recognize a very special group of people that serve all of us. Service in our darkest hour, service in the time of need. They are always there, whatever time of day. They care deeply about our well-being, and that is our emergency medical services team. So this proclamation will honor them, and I'm going to go ahead and read it into record. We obviously just approved this unanimously, and we'll give them, I hope, a standing ovation, a round of applause for everything they do for us. I see a lot of them in the audience here with us, so I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and whereas members of the emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, throughout the year. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improved the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, and paramedics, telecommunicators, firefighters, the educators, administrators, and others. The members of the emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continue education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishment of emergency medical service providers by designating National Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed by the Lake County Board of County Commissioners that the week of May 18th through the 24th of 2025 shall be known, designated, and set aside as National Emergency Medical Services Week in Lake County, Florida. It is encouraged that people express their appreciation as they come across these dedicated first responders who have made countless personal sacrifices to ensure the safety of both citizens and the visitors to our beautiful county, Lake County, Florida. Let's give them a round of applause.
I understand.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. My name is David Kilberry. I'm the Public Safety Director of Lake County Fire Rescue, and sometimes I feel I am Marvel Comics because I truly work with superheroes, and some of those are here today. So we actually bring the emergency room to those that are suffering traumatic injuries as well as medical emergencies, and so we truly want to recognize those. Whether you're on a fire truck, an ambulance, or in the ER, this is the network of the chain of survival. And one of the things that's really unique today, I had spoken to you previously about it, but the individuals that wear the uniform in the audience today are a unique group of individuals that no one else in the state of Florida is doing. Lake County is innovative in the sense that we have pulled 17 EMTs off the street, and Monday through Friday, they are attending a paramedic state certified course. And so what typically takes more than a year for an EMT to reach the status of paramedic, we're doing in just under 8 months. And so a testament of what's against them, but truly the honor is for them because they will be the future paramedics that have the lead care of patient care in the field. And so for that, it's unique. They've been training at the old Welcome Center that has been turned into the classroom, but because we have our medical medical director required training. They are currently down on the first floor this week, and so it's a unique opportunity. And I am just want to say thank you for them for stepping up. They were apprehensive, but the instructor has said it is absolutely the best paramedic class he's ever had the opportunity to teach, and that's a testament to the men and women behind me. And so I wasn't aware of it, but our communications team put a short 1-minute video together for commemorating this event, and so if Eric can roll that, and then we'll do a picture with him up front. Thank you. So if I could have those in uniform, please come up front. We'll take a picture with the commissioners.
Do you want to stand back here? Okay.
So guys, we're going to leave the center open, if you don't mind. We're going to be shoulder to shoulder as tight as you can be. We may need to do 2 rows here. Good, good. Let's get our chiefs in the middle. Can we turn even more? Yep, no, there you go. And then come on in. Let's see what we're looking at with the chiefs.
Yeah, right there, exactly.
You need these guys moved? Come on in, chiefs.
Guy in the group.
Chief Kilbury, you're going to be straight on. And, yep, come on in, Chief first. Chief Simpson, if I can turn you. Yep, come on in, gentlemen. Let's shift this way a little bit so we can get more in. And Chief Seifert, I'll put you on this side if these guys can shift just a touch.
If you knock the chair sign off, you have to.
Are these guys okay? You need 2 rows. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Good. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we're going to turn your shoulders that way. Keep going, keep going, keep going so he can see your faces. Yeah. Can you turn even more for me? There you go. Thank you. And on this side, these 4, can you turn this way? Yep. Just make sure you can see his face with the camera out there. So slide just a little bit. Good? Good? Okay.
Oh, my. That means you have to buy lunch. It happens every time.
Just make sure it's right side up. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here today. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
We truly appreciate you.
If I may say one thing, a shameless plug, there are young adults in the audience that would make great firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics. If you're not sure what you want to do when you grow up, come out and see me. I'd love to talk to you.
And before we go to the next proclamation, I just want to make a note of something. I think those that are here today will appreciate this. The Eustis High School girls softball team made it to state, so they are in state tournament today. So we are blessed in Lake County with some tremendous athletic athletes and parents and support teams and coaches, and we really appreciate that from our perspective as Board of County Commissioners, because you all are ambassadors of Lake County, And we appreciate your hard work and your dedication and your personal achievement, but you also make us look good as far as Lake County because you're out there representing your community, and that's really awesome. So at this time, we want to recognize some champions, and Commissioner Morris is going to go down to the platform there, and Coach Josh Boyer. Is Coach Josh here? Here we go. And we are recognizing the Leesburg High School girls weightlifting team. And we have adopted a proclamation, and Commissioner Morris, you're going to get to read that proclamation.
Well, you know how proud I am of Leesburg High School as an alumnus. You know, I mean, we're just continuing to get all these state awards. So I have this proclamation for your weightlifting team, your young ladies. Whereas the Lake County Board of County Commissioners wishes to recognize the Leesburg High School girls weightlifting team on an extraordinary 24-25 season, and whereas under the exceptional leadership and guidance of head coach Josh Boyer and assistant coach Taylor Woods, the 24-25 Leesburg High School's weightlifting team was named district runner-up in Olympic, regional runner-up in traditional, regional championship in Olympic, Class 2A state runner-up in traditional, and Class 2A state championship in Olympic. Their third FHSAA team state championship, including back-to-back titles in the Olympic category. And whereas in addition, at the 24-25 FHSAA Class 2A state championship meet, the following lifters received medals in their respective classes. Kayla Nord, state runner-up in traditional and third place in Olympic. Neva Wells, state champion in traditional with 500 pounds total. And Melissa LeBron Escardero, state champion in both Olympic and traditional, setting state records in snatch with 125 pounds and Olympic total with 280 pounds. And whereas team spirit and support are an essential part of each lifter's success, and the members of the 24-25 Leesburg High School girls weightlifting team are Melissa LeBaron Escardo, Kayla Nord, Josanis Sanchez, Hannah Stubbs, Neva Wells, that is your state championship team, Adrena Alexander, Alexis Arvello, Liz Beltran, Jasmine Benton, Cameron Boyer, Zia Conley, Arena Deshotel, Brooke Falcon, Yadar Lang, Brianna Johnson, Savannah Johnson, Isaiah Lockhart, Danny McCormick, Mackenzie Mosner, Gracil Peden, Genesis Romero, Alondra Cerna, Peyton Sykes, Lila Van Beek, Lacey Whitman, and Zara Wright. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, that Lake County does hereby proclaim and celebrate the remarkable achievements of the 24-25 Leesburg High School girls weightlifting team. Lake County calls upon all its citizens to join in applauding and celebrating this team's outstanding success. A copy of this proclamation shall be spread upon the minutes of this meeting. This proclamation shall become effective upon adoption. Done and proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, in regular session the 20th day of May, 2025. Ladies, would you like to come forward, please? Spencer, would you like to come up too? Spencer and the assistant coach.
I don't know. We're going to be in it if we don't.
No, I knocked it off.
You will.
It's fairly easy to do.
Here, just.
There you go. The next proclamation, of course, Leesburg High School boys weightlifting team. Whereas the Lake County Board of County Commissioners wishes to recognize Leesburg High School boys weightlifting team on an extraordinary 2024-25 season, and whereas the exceptional leadership and direction of head coach Josh Boyer and assistant coach Kevin Pierre, the 24-25 Leesburg High School boys weightlifting team was named district champions in Olympic, Class 2A, Region 2 champions in Olympic, and FHSAA Class 2A Olympic weightlifting champions, and became the first ever Lake County public school sport to ever three-peat in any sport in Lake County history. Unbelievable. Whereas in addition, at the 2024 FHSAA Class 2A State Weightlifting Championship meet, the following lifters received medals in their respective weight classes. Jamar Williams placed 4th in Olympic. Savon Lattimore placed 5th in traditional as well as 3rd in Olympic. Ryan Thompson was state runner-up in Olympic. Gage Anderson was state runner-up in Olympic. And Jeremy Lacey was state runner-up in Olympic as well as state champion in traditional. And whereas team spirit and support are an essential part of each lifter's success, and the members of the 24-25 Leesburg High School boys weightlifting team are Caden Adams, Gage Anderson, Jeremy Lacey, Savon Lattimore, Theo Prater, Alexander Santamaria, Ryan Thompson, and Jamar Williams. Those are the state championship team. McCall Ogler, Legend Anderson, David Brown, William Campbell, Ian Carlos, Vincent Chin, Roberto Claudio, Brandon Coffey, Dakari Connor, Colin Couples, Tyler Davis, Terrell Davis, Kobe Eland, Alexander Ford, Elijah Fraser, Josh Givens, Troy Goodwin, Tehran Hanbury, Gustavo Hernandez, Tyler Cost, Donovan McMillan, Jeremiah Neely, Breon Porter, Wade Rector, Jonathan Rivera, Brody White, Theus Williams, Anthony Vine. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, that Lake County does hereby proclaim and celebrate the remarkable achievements of the 24-25 Leesburg High School boys weightlifting team. Lake County calls on all its citizens to join in applauding and celebrating this team's outstanding success. A copy of this proclamation will be spread upon the minutes of this meeting. This proclamation will become effective upon adoption. Done and proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, in regular session this 20th day of May 2025. Congratulations, men. Would you come forward, please?
Let's put Coach and Commissioner right in the middle, if you don't mind.
Serious hardware there.
Yes. Yep, there we go. Can I get, yeah, there you go. Thank you, sir.
Uh-huh. Does he wear it all the time?
You got to get one with them showing their hardware, okay?
Mhm.
Show your hardware, gentlemen.
Nice.
Thank you.
All right. So we swap the proclamation. We'll keep him down now, and then you go, will you go ahead and do the 4th?
Yeah.
This one holds this proclamation holds a special place in my heart because three of my girls are volleyball players, and we got to know Corey and his wife real well, and what they've done in Lake County is just absolutely phenomenal. What they've done nationally is unbelievable. Whereas the American Athletic Club Girls 18 national team from Tavares, Florida won the 2025 USA Volleyball Girls 18s Junior National Championship in the 18 Freedom Division on Sunday, April 27, 2025 in Salt Lake City, Utah. And whereas the AAC Girls 18 national team placed top 3 in 3 national qualifiers, the 2025 Florida Regional 18 qualifier, 2025 Northeast National qualifier, and the 2025 Florida Fest Junior National qualifier. And whereas the AAC Girls 18 national team consisting of Samantha Sammy Betty, Emily Caldwell, Layla, I apologize. Excuse me. Leylon, there you go. Brooke Fintak, Abigail Jackson, Isabel Pera, Elena Rogan, Christina Sadukas, Addison Seabree, Jocelyn Weber brought home first place medal at the 2025 USA Volleyball Girls 18 Junior National Championship in the 18 Freedom Division. And whereas Samantha Betty was selected as MVP for the tournament and Joshua Wenberg was Brooke Fintak were selected for all tournament team. And whereas under the direction of coaches Fernando Barrio, Elisa Wintersdorf, and Katie Cintron, and club owners Corey and Lisette Warner, and the hard work of this team, the AAC Girls 18 National Champion team brought home Lake County's first ever USA Volleyball Junior National Championship title. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, that Lake County does hereby congratulate the AAC Girls 18 National Team on earning their championship title at the 2025 USA Volleyball Girls 18s Junior National Championship and in the 18 Freedom Division. A copy of this proclamation shall be spread upon the minutes of this meeting. This proclamation shall become effective upon adoption, done and proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, in regular session this 20th day of May 2025. Ladies, would you like to come forward? On another note, I understand that they went through 48 teams to get where they are now. So it is just absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Corey, come on up. Can you turn for me just a little bit? Yep, we got room on this side. Put Commissioner right in the middle. Actually, can I send you to the other side? Wait, Matt. Sorry.
Good job. Good job. Good job, ladies. All right, you're up.
Corey'd like to say one thing.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for you guys to have us here. We want to thank you guys for all you do for our citizens of Lake County. One of the most enjoyable things about the weekend is when we first got there, they kept asking us where we're from. We kept saying Lake County. Where's Lake County? Well, guess what? They know where Lake County is now.
Yep.
Telling the commissioner he had the tough job of getting all those names, all your names right, and these beautiful kids here. So, a little more of a serious subject. Our last proclamation of the day. This is for Mental Health Awareness Month. So, if Rick Haney can please come forward, I'm going to make this proclamation. This is obviously something that the County Commission takes very serious. It's a serious issue. Really, We should be talking about it more. Feel free to talk about mental health awareness and really for an issue that affects every one of us, one way or another. It affects every one of us. So we're here to proclaim that and promote awareness for mental health. So, Rick, thank you for being here. I'm going to go ahead and just read this proclamation and present it to you. Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month was founded by Mental Health America in 1949 and has been observed every May to promote mental wellness nationwide, and whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas all Americans experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives, and whereas prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental illness, and whereas there is a strong body of research that supports specific tools that all Americans can use to better handle challenges, to protect their health and well-being, and whereas mental health illnesses are real and prevalent in our nation, and whereas with early and effective treatment, those individuals with mental illnesses can recover. They can recover and lead a full life, a productive life. And whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen shares the burden of mental illnesses and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and to support prevention efforts. Now, therefore, it be it proclaimed by the Lake County Board of County Commissioners that May 2025 is Mental Health Awareness Month in Lake County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I just want to say it's an honor and a privilege to be here. Your support and just being behind us every step of the way has allowed Livestream to have one of the most comprehensive systems of care in the state of Florida. And unfortunately, the stigma associated with mental health doesn't seem to want to go away. And it's things like mental health awareness. If we can just let our citizens know it's okay to get help. It's okay to reach out when you need help because treatment works. So thank you again very much for allowing me to be here today.
Thank you. They're just finishing, right, this week, school?
You would think they'd want to stay and miss it.
All right, those were great proclamations, and we will now move on, go back to our ARPA report. Sean will give us an update. We're getting near the end, aren't we?
We are. That is hard to follow, all those great presentations and what great accomplishments from our young folks. Sean Baudet, Grants Program Manager, Parks and Water Resources, here to provide an American Rescue Plan update. I will be providing some background information, a few updates, and we'll conclude with requested action. Since our last update in December, we have now surpassed the first major milestone, which is to have all funds obligated, and we are able to accomplish this at the end of last calendar year. The next and final major milestone is to have all the funds expended and all work completed by December 31st, 2026. Now that we've surpassed the obligation deadline, the funds are governed by some additional rules, and we wanted to highlight some of these for you as we move forward in the next year and a half. The first deals with contract amendments. Essentially, we can amend contracts to cover increased cost, so long as the amended contracts are substantially the same scope and purpose. This will come into play with one of the project updates you will see shortly. The next is handling of excess funds. If we have a project or projects that do come in under budget, we can reclassify or repurpose those funds to another project, so long as the new project would be eligible under the same program rules. Again, this will be the case with one of the other project updates today. And finally, with federal awards or grants, generally the provision follows that supplement, not supplant, which is funds are not meant to substitute, replace, or divert local funds. Rather, the funds are intended to enhance local programs or activities. Interestingly enough, the supplement, not supplant provision does not apply to most ARPA expenditure categories. As you will recall, many contracts and agreements were executed as we approached the obligation deadline and nearly encumbered all the remaining funds. However, there were approximately $19,000 remaining, and these funds were used to reimburse the county attorney's office for extraordinary costs incurred during the last quarter. These funds were placed under the existing grants administration project line. And then also prior to the obligation deadline, there was an unannounced policy change that we discovered late in the process that affected the premium pay category. As a result, we needed to recategorize $163,000 from the premium pay expenditure category to revenue replacement. This was for the EMS portion from April 2023 to December 2024. The fire rescue premium pay, however, had been fully spent and did not impact that project. Moving on to the new project updates. The first is for Fire Station 109. The roof repairs came in under budget, and Fire Rescue is requesting to utilize the existing balance for other mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and structural repairs at the same station. The current contract will be amended, and ARPA funds will be used to replace or supplant the infrastructure sales tax portion as permitted under the guidelines. The final update is for the town of Montverde. The board originally granted $4 million and then additional $1 million for the town's planned centralized wastewater treatment plant or septic to sewer project. This project was terminated last fall, and the agreement was revised to allow for the payment of pre-development costs only, and also for the installation of decentralized wastewater treatment systems. The town also returned $2.2 million this previous January per the revised agreement. And then the DWTS project has since been terminated as well, and the balance of $1,557,308 will be also returned to the county. Here's the most up-to-date project list. The balance from Fire Station 109 roof repairs will remain under that project line, and the balance from the town of Montverde is being proposed for new water main line along County Road 561 in Tavares to serve the county landfill, road operations building, and the new affordable housing project. As such, the funds would also remain under the utilities line, so no proposed changes in that column there. To conclude, here is the requested action to reflect these two suggested changes from staff, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
I'm supportive of the changes.
All right. Do we need to, let's see, we got to authorize. Okay. So we would need a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the requested action, items 1 and 2. Authorize remaining funds from the roof repairs for Fire Station 109 be used for additional repairs at that same station, and reallocate the balance from Town of Montverde projects to the new main line along County Road 561, which will support, as noting, our new affordable housing project.
All right. Any discussion? All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. That passes.
Thank you.
May I say something? Sean was at a meeting yesterday that I was at, and you did a fantastic job. I didn't get a chance to tell you that, but I thought you did a fantastic job there.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. All right. Moving along now to Clerk of Court's agenda.
Good morning again. I have 3 items for your approval this morning.
Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes. Then moving along to the BCC consent agenda, tabs 8 through 27, and we have tab 38 that was added as an addendum. That's for the regular. Oh, gotcha. Any other, I'm just checking to make sure we didn't have any other modifications.
I'd like to pull tab 26.
26, all right, we'll pull 26. Any others? All right, so tabs 8 through 27 minus 26, do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, those pass. Now back to tab 26.
Tab 26 is just mainly just for a clarification on this tab is for a grant. The only thing that I want to make sure of is if we do not get this grant, we will not provide the service.
That is correct, sir. So this is a grant to enhance our transit service to include Saturdays for the northern routes, which are the busiest routes. However, if we are not awarded this grant, which we don't anticipate, then we would wait until we identified other funding sources to begin the service.
Okay.
All right, so the service is contingent on this coming
So
through.
with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve tab 26.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Then moving on to our regular agenda. We have a presentation, and I'm going to call on Tony Deaton. Where's Tony? Is he over there?
Good morning, Commissioners and elected officials. Tony Deaton, County Probation. We're here today to do a presentation of the Lake County Opioid Task Force. So I'll introduce Lifestream President and CEO Rick Hankey and also Michael Graves, Public Defender for the 5th Judicial Circuit.
Good morning again. I'm wearing a different hat this morning as the chair of the Lake County Opioid Task Force. And we are very excited to be here today, not only to provide you with what we've been up to and what we've been working on, but also to share with you an exciting project that we would like for you to consider. Slide. Next slide. So our agenda today is I'm going to talk a little bit about the Florida opioid settlement, talk a little bit about the core funding and differentiate between the two because there's a little bit of confusion there, talk about the opioid task force, and present to you a recommendation from the task force on the drug court, and then some other recommendations. We are actually very excited, like I said before, to be here today. The several members of the task force are here and present to show their support. So I want to say that a lot of times you come to these things and everyone says, yeah, we're going to show up, and don't show up, but our task force showed up in full force today. So I just want to say thank you to the task force members. So a little bit about the opioid settlement. You're all aware of the fact that the state of Florida will receive over $3 billion over the course of 18 years, starting at a certain amount and then de-escalating as each year goes on. The dollars are set aside to support prevention and treatment activities, reducing the risk and threats to health, really related to opioid usage. There are opportunities to create and expand treatment services, as well as residential treatments, programs for mothers and babies, MAT or medication-assisted treatment, case management, outpatient treatment, supportive housing, and employment in other areas as well. The another piece of the settlement is that it allows us to expand the number of certified recovery peer specialists and the number of recovery community organizations throughout the state. And finally, it also creates a statewide database tracking services and outcomes. So really, the opioid dollars are trying to eradicate the opioid issue that the state has been facing for the last several years. Next slide. The core funding, and again, I'm just trying to give a real brief understanding of the differences between the two. The core funding is our dollars that have been set aside that allow partners in the community to come together to meet people where they are at their hitting rock bottom. And here in Lake County, we have had a core program. It's one of 20 designated counties to receive state funds. And what we have been able to do here in Lake County is, in a partnership with the hospital systems, as well as EMS and ourselves, Lifestream Behavioral Center, is that when people are brought in for an overdose in the emergency room, we're meeting them exactly where they are. Once they're treated, we're giving them the option of continuing treatment. We have peers that are actually going into the hospital 24 hours, 7 days a week, that are meeting individuals and convincing them that they've hit rock bottom and now it's time to get help. Now, you can imagine that, someone has just got into the hospital, they're not thinking about getting treatment, but we don't give up. And we allow the individual to actually get medication-assisted treatment in the emergency room. So that was a big applause to the hospital system, because the doctors were at first very hesitant, but they're actually giving them their first dose of medication-assisted treatment, and then our peers are making sure that they get connected to treatment as soon as possible. And in most cases, we're getting them either same-day treatment or the next day treatment so they can continue the medication-assisted treatment. While they're in the program, we're convincing them that they need to continue to get other treatment services. And I'm very proud to say that the program has been very, very successful. While individuals may in the emergency room say that they're not really interested at the time, our peers don't give up. And we actually show up at their house to just, again, convince them that you really need help and we're here to help you. The core dollars are really set aside to create a network of addiction providers that are coming together. And it's not just treatment providers, but it's other providers in the community that can help these individuals. It's designed to provide access to education, treatment, and prevention, and that's what we do with our peers. And it's also creates a comprehensive approach to expand treatment, creating long-term recovery options. We give this individual, once they come in through the emergency room door, we then expose them to the other treatment options that we have for them. And it isn't just a short term, but it's a long term, so we want to make sure that they continue to have success. If they do relapse, we still continue to work with them in the community to get them back into treatment services. Next slide. Core funding is designated by the Department of Children and Families to the managing entity in this area, Lutheran Services of Florida. And there are specific expenditures that we can't use. It's not just here's the money, go for it. There are identified expenses and programs centered around the access and availability. And really the funding is focused on getting people services as quick as possible. And previous to this funding coming in, sometimes people would reach out to get services and it would take a lot longer, but we have all made a commitment. As soon as they get to the emergency room, our peers show up and then we get them to our services. If it's a weekend, we continue to get them their medication so they don't go into any kind of relapse or anything like that, and then the very first Monday appointment is theirs. So these dollars are not, we can't, the Board of County Commission and the task force can't recommend how these dollars are used, but we certainly can recommend to the County Commission how the opioid settlement dollars are utilized. So these dollars, they're kind of already set. We can't do much with them, but the opioid settlement dollars are what we're here today to make some recommendations. So tell you a little bit about where we are and how we got here. The opioid task force isn't brand new. And it was approved and recognized by the Board of County Commissioners in 2021, and kind of went on a little vacation. And we brought it back about 6 months ago, and it's comprised of medical, legal, and community leaders in Lake County. We meet each month, and we go through data with regard to opioid use in the county. We also have discussed different opportunities and what we would like to make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. The recommendations that we're making are based on data. We have spent a lot of time looking at the data, and these are some of the things that we really feel that the county needs to move forward in order to address the opioid crisis. So what we're here to talk about today is something that has been talked about here in Lake County for quite a while. Mike Graves is here today to present that piece of it, so I'll let him, I don't want to take away any bit of his thunder, because we're really excited about the fact that we can hopefully, with your approval, move forward with bringing a drug court here into Lake County. We've already talked about how that would look, the implementation, to the point that we're ready to go, so we're pretty excited about about that piece of it. So well, I'm not going to go into a whole lot about the drug court because I don't want to take away from Mike. I know he's very excited about this piece of it, and I said to him, I'll just go up and do the introduction, and you come in and wow them with the actual information about the drug court. So with that, I will turn this over to Mike Graves.
Morning, Commissioners, and I know many of you, and you know me well enough to know my wowing days are over. We're ready to move forward with drug court. All the stakeholders are prepared, they are committed, and I think it's demonstrated today. I'd like to introduce Judge Heidi Davis, our circuit court judge, who has volunteered to be the drug court judge, in addition to all of her other responsibilities. Walter Forgey, the Chief Assistant State Attorney for the 5th Judicial Circuit, is here, as well as his Lake County Supervisor, Gabe Lozano. And also a real integral part to this puzzle is Alina Stuthoff, who, for court administration, manages the service courts, such as drug courts throughout the 5th Judicial Circuit, and is recognized, and Alina's the only one who will tell you she is not, is the most knowledgeable individual in this area in Central Florida. And she has been the guiding force in showing us where to go so that we have a best practices model drug court in Lake County. If we can go, where are you? There we go. The 5th Judicial Circuit in our 5 counties has 4 counties with drug courts. The one that doesn't is Lake County. Lake County, though there are a number of counties in the state of Florida that don't have drug court. There are counties like Union County, Baker County, Washington County. With the exception of 2 counties, they're all counties with less than 75,000 people in population and really don't have the numbers that come through the system to support a drug court. But what's different there is within their circuit, they can also use drug court services in other counties, the larger counties within their circuit. We don't have that. We are by far and away the largest county in the state of Florida by population without a drug court. I think Santa Rosa is next, and they have about 200,000 people. The opioid abatement plan, when signed, directly addressed that drug courts can be a fundamental piece of what this money could be used as part of the plan to attack those that suffer from opioid addiction. We first addressed this back in 2021 before the county commission and its iteration at that time and meant support. Things happened amongst with, we don't need to get into. Mark Johnson was the head of the opioid task force at that time. His responsibilities in Mineola kind of took him away from that, and we just had to dig out of the hole that the COVID and shutdown had the criminal justice system in. We're now at a point that we've reached that we're all prepared to go forward and excited about it. We can have the next slide. What makes a drug treatment court? And I'll run through this. This is not something we make up as we go along. It's national best practices. There's over 3,500 drug courts within operating at this time within the United States. Is it a silver bullet? No. Will it cure everybody? No. I wish we had that pixie dust, but we don't. What we do know, as I'll address in another slide, is that our citizens, our sons, our daughters, our sisters and brothers, they're dying. The program is somewhat a misnomer. It's a part of a court. It's run by a judge. It has consequences. The way we run our drug courts in the 5th Judicial Circuit, you enter a plea, you're placed on probation, you're given the opportunity, and you're agreeing to go through this rigorous drug court program, which will last 18 months. If you fail, you face consequences. Those consequences are jail or state prison. So it's not something for the lighthearted, and it's those that are committed towards recovery that are entered into drug court. Drug court is always looking at not compromising public safety. It operates under a administrative order from our administrative judge and limits, with agreement between Mr. Gladson, the estate attorney, and myself, who is eligible for drug court. No violent offenders, no drug selling offenders, no people with violence in their history or drug selling in their history. We're talking about the individuals who lessen the likelihood of compromising the type of safety and of the individuals. If we can go to the next frame. And as I left, these are all therapeutic and evidence-based. We aren't reinventing the wheel. And I think what's important is I've now been practicing law in Lake County since 1984. This is the first opportunity we will have to bring all providers under one tent and present them together so that we can have therapeutic treatment plans using everything that we have in Lake County together. Drug courts are designed for people with opioid issues, also co-occurring mental health issues, which we see almost across the board in individuals that have these type of drug dependencies. They're drug dependent. It's important that we see, and it's evidence-based, that for some reason having this type of program supervised by the judge and with court authority makes a huge difference. I could say I don't understand why, but the court's there. Drug treatment court meets every 2 weeks. You're making a commitment. Every day you can be called in for a urine screen. Every 2 weeks you have your progress measured by the drug treatment court and all the stakeholders. And again, if you can't meet your responsibilities or you stumble, you have the authority. The judge could send you to jail for a little bit and then continue the program. Increase your treatment plan. These are things that are tried and true and proven. I mean, one of the, if not the only good thing about being one of the last ones to move forward is that with this is we see what works and we've seen what doesn't work, and we know we have the ability to carry forward. If we go to the next. When the benefits to the community, it's not just to the individual, it saves lives. Sadly, in my years of this practice, I've been through the cocaine epidemic. I've been through the crack cocaine epidemic. When I first started my practice in the early 1980s, it was the resurgence of heroin. We've returned again to opiates now. It touches everybody, every socioeconomic group within our county. It has touched my family. My brother-in-law sits in Lake County Jail right now waiting to go to prison. And it's all based upon his opioid abuse. But I've also seen what it does to his sister and his family as they wait for the phone call that you believe is inevitable, and that's that he's been found dead. I see the EMS here. They've Narcaned him 3 different times. This program is there to help those in the future with that issue. So it's not just the offender, but it's their families that we're working with and working for. And they're our neighbors right here in Lake County. It decreases arrest, it decreases recidivism, and we have those statistics, and every year we'll be here to present to you why these public dollars are well spent and what the results are, because they're evidence-based. It's hard for me to sit here and tell you exactly how much money we're going to save. You know, there are national estimates that say for every dollar that's spent, we're saving $6. That for every individual through drug court, it saves you $6,500. I'll just say this. If we can stop this one person this time, because these are the high repeat reoffender individuals that we see that are in our county jail, that come in with health difficulties that we address and we pay for. that if they're there for 10 months at a cost of about $1,800 to $2,000 per month, and we can stop them from coming back, we've made that economic savings over and over again. Social impacts, just good for our community. I'd rather have, as I've always said, good law-abiding individuals out there with the job, paying taxes, raising their families, meeting their responsibilities. When we can individually defeat the issues and the demons that these people face, we put them on that path. As well as public safety. It's not a secret that my clients, drug-addicted individuals, steal. They steal to support their habit. If we can break that cycle of addiction, we're making Lake County a safer place. As Ms. Stuthoff has taught me, because I have to make an admission as I'm ready to get here to close, when I first took office 12 years ago, huge fan of veterans courts. Not so much with drug treatment court. But then I became educated. Then I've seen the results. And she taught me. The goal here is not just sobriety or stability, but long-term recovery and resilience. Actual rehabilitation with a measurable outcome. We're not talking about somebody that can sneak through 6 months of probation. We're talking about somebody that we're trying to give the skills for life to address an addiction. We used to say people were ready for treatment when they bottomed out. Problem is with opioid addiction, you bottom out is death. Now, we have previously submitted as part of our recommendations a proposed budget. This is a budget that Ms. Stuthoff actually put together. It's based upon a common type of program we have in Ocala. So we have that to build on in what we see. There is only one issue, and it's been submitted to the county for review, so unless there are questions, I won't go over it. One of the things that's in this budget is both Mr. Gladson, State Attorney's Office, and myself are asking for $20,000 apiece to help offset costs. That's costs of training. It's also right now with all of our treatment courts, my assistants, the assistant state attorneys, take that on as a second job. They volunteer for it because they see the results and they're not remunerated for it. In other words, my person that might be covering drug court also has a full caseload. They might have 120 other felony cases. That a drug case that they could get done with in 90 days or 120 days, they're now committing themselves, and we're committing ourselves to having an 18-month, every 2 weeks association with that client. And this helps offset so we can remunerate them. Now, it was the opinion of some of the individuals that we've collaborated with that money could not be paid out of the opioid settlement money. I disagree. This budget has a request for that $20,000 apiece to come from the county. As we look at the opioid settlement agreement, because as an old lawyer, when all else fails, do some research. And Mark Johnson helped me with this. If we look at the exhibit for the listed opioid recommendations and appropriate uses, and I can provide this to Ms. Marsh. It says one of the approved uses is to provide community support services, including social and legal services, to assist in into deinstitutionalizing persons with this addiction. And I think that is clear enough that it would authorize the use of those funds for this type of use. We're ready. We're behind the times. We can catch up. And I just end with this. In my time as an elected official, I've learned a couple of things. We do things for a couple of reasons, a number of reasons, one of which it's fiscally responsible. And fiscally responsible, do our job to guard the taxpayer dollar. We also have to do some things just because they're morally right. And we owe that to our constituents. drug court serves both of those responsibilities. If there are no questions, thank you all very much for your patience.
Thank you. We might have some questions if you'll stay up at the podium. And you can also call on your.
This is why I was afraid.
My first question is how soon, if we can authorize this today, how quickly can you get things running?
We've discussed it. We think we can be up and running by October, and that's with our first class. My office will begin identifying individuals so that when we're ready to go, we'll be meeting with providers and other stakeholders so we can get them committed. I think that October, latest November, Judge Davis will be convening her first drug court.
And then how frequently would we get updates? You mentioned, we talked about accountability and benchmarks and so forth. When would we be getting updates on how things are going?
Many times as you want. I mean, we can do it quarterly. I'll do it every 6 months. I'll take on that responsibility of gathering the information and doing it. Ms. Duthoff, Ken, we need a little bit of time to gather representative data when we start, because we're going to have to start small and then work into bigger numbers. But that's really up to you.
Anybody else have questions? Because I have a couple more, but I'll see whether we cover them.
I have a comment, but
Okay.
you want that now?
Well, and I do want to say thank you to Judge Davis for stepping up and being willing to take this on, because I know that you're already so busy, and that this is a big commitment, but this is such a need, and like was mentioned before, we're behind. And I do like the statement about the fact that being one of the last to do this, you get to see what's worked, what hasn't worked, and learn from others' experiences. So, but I know it's a lot to take on, and I appreciate the fact that Judge Davis is willing to do that. I appreciate the suggestion that we should be able to use the dollars for the state attorney and for the public defender to supplement those lawyers that are actually going beyond what they would typically do and be involved in this program representing clients. So I think that I'm hoping that will all work out as far as being able to use those dollars for that purpose. So, and want to say thank you for those that have been on the task force. I know it's been a long road. A lot of ideas have been kicked around, but we're here. We're finally at a point where all your hard work will show as a result of getting this in place and moving forward. So let me turn it over to commissioners for comments or questions.
I just want to, thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you very much. This is very much needed. And Mr. Graves, thank you for all your hard work and for getting up here and sharing a personal experience. So, I'll share a personal experience. I have a family member that I think this could have benefited that family member, and often remember times expecting the call of, is that family member dead? Because of these issues. And so I can relate to that, and I appreciate you sharing it. And it's an issue that I think affects us all. I know that you mentioned that in one way or the other. It affects many of our families. It destroys families, or at least brings them to their knees at the very best, maybe. And this is great that we're finally doing this. And if just a few people are saved and kind of pulled from that addiction, and I like the quote that you put on the screen here, that it's lifelong. It's not just for a month or 2 months, but it's for the rest of their life. Then we will have totally succeed in just being a very, 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 very tiny part of that. Sitting up here would make me happy, and I really appreciate all of you out there that are doing the hard work on it. So thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes, and please don't take my questions as me not liking this program, as me and the Honorable Mike Graves have had many conversations. He knows I'm in a lot of support of this program. I just have a couple of questions so we can have the public understand what's going on here. The first question is the $415,000 a year paid through the opioid fund. Is that a startup year, or is that what we're thinking it's going to cost year after year?
It'll be about that much every year, and thank you very much for the question, Commissioner. As the opioid money subsides, it's incumbent upon us to talk to our legislative delegations, do what so many other counties have done, is search for grants, but also for state funding. Every year, there's a number of counties that get state funding for their drug court program. Is a special legislative budget request. We would be moving forward with that. Some of these costs will have to measure whether it might be a little more or a little bit less, because this covers not just have a drug test and go to counseling. This covers sober living, all of the steps of a program that are required to lead to long-term sobriety. But we don't expect it to be a burden upon the taxpayers of Lake County as part of this. We move forward, we're going to seek other alternative funding.
Well, it would never have been a burden anyway, because all it's doing is helping the citizens of Lake County as a whole.
Thank you.
So this task force, would they be willing to, and I think I know this answer, but I want to ask it anyway. Once we get to the point of coming to where we have to start funding more and more, would the task force be willing to take on the obligation of trying to go out and find the grants and talking to the state legislatures and helping us with this drug court?
Absolutely.
Okay. So of the $40,000 that has been requested, you said that you disagreed that it should not come out of the task force money. Is that a recommendation that you want it to come out of the task force money, or
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
If authorized. This was based upon what I believe was advice that I disagree with.
Okay.
We all agreed in the task force, if it can, it should come out of that money. And I want to point out, that's not just all, oh, this lawyer gets 20,000 extra.
No, I understand that.
This is for training as well as the other things, because we're going to train our lawyers to recognize, identify early on, because we know the younger we can catch someone with an addiction issue, the more likely we are to have long-term success.
And that's your recommendation. Is that included in the 415,000, or do we need to raise it to 455?
I believe it would be to raise it to 455. We had in the budget, we presented that money pulled out of the opioid money and in a special request.
And I will say that this has been a conversation at a lot of our meetings. Y'all have done a fantastic job on getting this task force back up. You have spearheaded this. I was sitting there when you politely asked for volunteers, and they were graciously accepted. And I can't thank you enough for everything you do for Lake County. It's an honor for me to call you Honorable Mike Graves.
Thank you very much. And I've just been advised that $40,000 is in fact included in the number that we have presented.
It is. I'd like to make a motion that we approve.
First, any other comments? You made a motion. Do we have a second? Any other comments?
Yeah,
Yes, Commissioner
respectfully,
Sadler,
this
Taney.
is pretty significant change, so I wouldn't feel comfortable voting it before a workshop. Obviously, I think you guys are just going to defer to them, which is not a bad idea. Obviously, they know what they're doing, but I wouldn't feel comfortable voting for it until I knew what it is. I mean, if you don't mind, I would like to make a few questions.
Yeah, no, ask away, because, I mean, there are some
What
details.
is it the drug court can do that currently under our judicial system with PTI contracts, pre-intervention, et cetera, assigning people to counseling, they can't do? Like, I'm curious what they're limited from doing right now.
And some of this will be anecdotal because I deal with these cases. Having all of the services brought together is not currently what happens. An example would be an individual is placed on drug offender probation. They know they're going to meet their probation officer once a month. They know they will be urine tested once a month. They know what date it will be. They continue to use, and they are proud of the fact that they can continue to use up until a few days prior to they go to probation. We're going to get clean. I go in, I pass my urinalysis, then I'm immediately going to get high. Probation currently doesn't address the issues such as sober living. It doesn't connect individuals with other funding such as Social Security disability that they may have lost while they're in jail this time or the last time. All of that is presented within the framework of the drug court. I think the numbers will be better, but we know we're running recidivist rates of 20% better than we have right now. So I can't tell you, Commissioner, exactly why it works. I'm just sharing that it does.
So you referenced a study about recidivism and the 20% difference. What geographical area, what study is that?
These are national. I don't have locally what they'll be. We'll have to find that. That'll be part of the measurables that we have on rearrests. Some of them, and I learned this when I was a criminal justice major at the University of South Florida, how you measure recidivism can always be tricky. Recidivism looks low while you're in your first year. Why? Because the person's in jail. And it's difficult to become rearrested while we're there. I think that's one of the things that we're proud to come back and address with the commission where we are in our program, because we can address those numbers of how many applicants, how many acceptance, where they stand, whether they have moved from, it's a four-step process. How many how many failures do we have? And we have failures. And certainly, if the commission decides we need to workshop it, we'll be there. You tell me when, you tell me what information to get, I'll make sure that we have it.
If I could, I want to make a comment just before I go back into questions. Just, understand where I'm coming from, right? Obviously, I'm extremely empathetic. You guys are professionals. You know, you've seen what works. You believe this, right? You're not saying this because you don't believe it. But every single major social program in this country which claims to work and is becoming increasingly popular, doesn't actually work. Every program to combat homelessness doesn't work. Epic failures. Every single program to combat poverty since the 1960s has been a disaster. It's exacerbated poverty. I have no doubt in my mind that programs that are meant to help people who are addicted to drugs in many cases have an adverse effect of labeling them. I feel very comfortable by putting anybody in a court that's called the drug court. Something very dehumanizing about it, just like a lot of other sort of humanitarian programs. And if the logic of the commission is going to be, well, everybody else is doing it, I would just suggest to the commission as a whole to look at every single mass government program for the last 40, 50 years that's been an epic failure. And I think sometimes you need a radically different approach. And I hate to offer this because it's a bit cynical, but sometimes you can't fix things. There's other people that can, but sometimes government can, sometimes we can't. I just think it's appropriate for a workshop. I'm not a hard no, by the way. Not a hard no, but I come into this very skeptical, especially the fact that everybody's doing it. And when people talk about recidivism rates and you look at studies, I want to see the studies. I want to look at them. I want to look at each county in the circuit or the region, et cetera. Look at what is actually happening, and then look at the price point that we're spending. Because for what I took away in the first question is that the only significant singular difference between what the judiciary has right now as a tool set in the state attorney's office, et cetera, versus this court is that they can consolidate everything together, which for me is sort of a key word of, well, we're just going to sort of, bring all the government together and somehow that's going to make it different. For me, it's more government, more spending. I don't think any of the approaches worked. In fact, I'm convinced most government approaches to social distress and issues just generally don't work. It sounds like a radical position. It's the truth. So I'd love a workshop. Again, these guys, a lot of respect for the professionals in the criminal justice area, and I want to hear what they have to say. I'd like to just learn a little bit more, talk to some other people in other areas, and just see if we can learn a little bit more before we quite literally start an entirely another level of court, which is something that generally we don't always do in America. In fact, other than Veterans Court, there really hasn't been any new courts been created recently. And so I just think we should be a little hesitant before we take that next step and just workshop personally. And these guys have a lot of tools already to help. people with substance abuse issues. It's not like we're slowing down progress. It's not like they were doing a bad job. I don't think they're doing a bad job. So just waiting a little bit longer, doing a workshop, learning a little bit more before casting a final vote, I think is obviously best for the county, personally.
If I may respond to that briefly.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some expert folks here today. Instead of reconvening and workshopping at some other time, let's workshop it now if we need to.
May I say something?
Sure.
I'm part of the public safety coordinating council. We have gone through this during that council. You have every opportunity to talk to any one of these professionals on your own. We don't need a workshop, in my opinion, because I've done my due diligence and talked to these people to say, hey, what's this program about? You can certainly do that as an elected official or as any member of the public says, hey, what's this workshop about? And they can explain to you in depth what all is created, how it got created, and what is expected. I would like to see quarterly updates so we can see the trend. And that was brought up during one of our meetings, and I'm sure that Honorable Graves would be more than happy to extend that. But having a workshop, just have a workshop when you can do your own investigation and come up with your own mind. I've done mine. I've done my due diligence. I've read this presentation. I've talked to the people, and I'm ready to go.
So, Mr. Graves, if you could respond.
I would respond very briefly. Commissioner, I appreciate your concerns. I know it's a lot of money. That's why it took me a long time, took me 12 years as the elected public defender to come to this position. Number one, with regard to labeling individuals, they're agreeing to go into drug court as an alternative to incarceration, because that's not as labeling as Department of Correction inmate number, fill in the blank. But mostly because these individuals have recognized I need help, and this is not offered in the criminal justice system. Florida statutes say the purpose of sentencing in Florida is punishment, period. Basically, rehabilitation, though a desirable goal, must take a secondary role. This is the first time, one of the few times, where as a collaborative effort, we are working to rehabilitate and get individuals out of the revolving door of the criminal justice system. I haven't kept track over my years in this, almost all of which are in Lake County. But I can guarantee you this. The tools that have been presented within the criminal justice system are not working. This is intensive collaborative treatment. The whys, I don't know. I went to law school because I ran out of school to go to. Just being honest. This gives us the tools because we are not even treading water in this battle. For this community, we are losing it, and we are losing it without the effort and the capabilities and the tools for our citizenry to fight back. If we workshop it, I'll be there. If you say, come every month, Mr. Graves, and I know you don't want to hear from me, I'll be here. I'm hopeful that it works. It's our last best chance because we're not winning this battle.
And just a couple comments, because I think there might be a misunderstanding, and everybody has their own opinions about things. And if you've got your opinion and you're locked in, I'm not going to change it. But I think what I found and what I've seen in delving into this a little bit is that our judicial or our jail is essentially being used as what was mentioned, a de facto behavioral health center, and it's not set up to be that. It costs more when you go that route. Case managers and case management is a key to helping anyone who's having a hard time staying on track. And that's something that's very different in a program like this than you have in the scenario where somebody's on probation, they're going to stay clean until they don't need to, be clean anymore. This is more about that lifestyle change because the folks on the judicial side are basically tired of seeing the same people over and over and over again come through the system. So I don't think what we're creating like a new social program, and while a lot of programs that have been created through the years in our country probably are in some respects failures, this is a court inside of our court system, and it's an alternative that is being used to try to correct the deficiencies that these folks see every day. It's not working. What's happening now is not working. In my district, probably a lot of the folks that you see come from District 4. I know it's countywide, but I hear from people in the communities that are so distraught by what's happening to their family members, and they have essentially lost hope that there could potentially be a solution. And to me, working within the court system we already have, we're not creating an entirely new social program. We're attempting to collaborate and come up with a system that might actually help people make a lifestyle change and not keep coming back through the court system. So Judge Davis, if you want to...
Davis, who promises she never wants to say anything, is moved to stand up and has to be heard.
Commissioner Sabatini, I echo some of the concerns that you have. I think typically in Lake County, having been a judge here practicing in the court since '98, there has been a reluctance to make our courts social welfare programs. And I would agree there are a number of divisions that are actually governed by statute that show social welfare and the justice system don't always mix. However, drug court is a little bit particular in that you've got not just everybody coming together, it is a commitment for an extended period of time, which I think is shown, 6 months on probation, 12 months on probation, or even 3 years in DOC is not curing the problem. The drugs are still available. This is a program that is really attuned to those people that want the help but don't know how to get it. Mm-hmm. How successful it will be, I think you should hold our feet to the fire and demand that we have the numbers to support the funding that's going into it. And I can tell you, although he probably won't like this, but our administrative judge is also a little bit on the fence about this for that particular reason. It is not the judiciary's want that this becomes a burden on the taxpayers for Lake County. We want break even or better, that this is going to be something that's fiscally responsible and is also meeting those needs for the community that are certainly out there. We've got people dying and orphans and family members raising these kids, and it impacts a lot more than just 6 months in the Lake County Jail. I don't know how you put a number on all of that, but I know we would be more than welcome to get you whatever numbers, whatever figures you want, and I think it would be incumbent upon the commission to make sure that the task force or the drug court itself is providing that information. And if it's not working, we pull the plug. Those opioid funds are there. Where can we spend them best? A whole task force has been put together. They have looked at everything. This is the recommendation from the opioid task force. If it doesn't bear out, then we go back to the drawing board. That's all I wanted to say. I'm available to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the task force that might want to address just from the standpoint of...
Ms. Duthoff, I've talked about, this is probably the best answer to the problems or the questions.
I just want to say that you're not that far behind the 8 Ball, you have a veterans treatment court that's very successful right here in Lake County. We will be matching and doing very similar work to that veterans treatment court that is one of the most successful in our circuit. So it is here. And it is being addressed, and it is, I don't really see it as a social program because the judiciary is involved, is actually tapping into the community and allowing the stick of the judiciary to say, please make sure you are holding what you're supposed, and doing what you're supposed to be doing as part of this community. And when you have the judiciary involved, it kind of makes everybody step up and say, oh yes, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to take care of this. It's just making everybody accountable, including the participants. We do incentivize our participants for doing a good job. We sanction them for doing not so good. And when their disease gets in the way, we make sure that they have a therapeutic response to that. And so we are making sure that everyone, including the community, including the judiciary, and most of all, including the participants, are accountable to their behavior as well as to their disease. So that's all I have to say. But you have something happening here that's really great already, and that's your Veterans Court. So it's not really starting from scratch here. Thank you.
I would just end, I think our esteemed clerk, Mr. Cooney, who's been around even longer than I have, can agree that maybe the judicial system in Lake County is a little slow to change. I practiced in front of Ernest C. Alls. But when we make that commitment, we do it well, we do it openly, and we have nothing to hide. Our success will be our success and the community's success. Our failure will belong to us and to the community.
I want to delve in just a little bit into Veterans Court and why it works. And I think it goes back to, and I'd like to hear if anybody wants to comment on that, but I think it goes back to this idea of the participant being willing to go this route, volunteer, the fact that the services are all there together, so you're helping them actually kind of put their life back together and not send them out on a wild goose chase trying to figure out how they're going to make their life work. You're helping them in that respect, and then in return, they're agreeing to honor these certain rules. And if they honor them, then that's success. If they don't, then there's repercussions.
Correct. And so when Veterans Courts first started in the U.S., nationally as well as in Florida, the VA was not fully on board. Not at all. And people were very, very apprehensive. Veterans were very apprehensive of approaching or going to the VA. They didn't like the stigma. They didn't like anything that they were getting. The services were not great. Veterans Court forces them, they even have VJOs who are actually part of the treatment court team, of the Veterans Court team, and it forces, again, part of your community to step up and assure that evidence-based practices are occurring. And so it was making sure that there was a coordinator that was gathering all the information, which is this will have as well. You have a coordinator in Veterans Court that assures that all the things that are supposed to happen for any person, if it could happen naturally, it would be great. We wouldn't need these programs. But to make sure that all of these things are happening and that everyone, including the participant, like I said, is accountable. And it also increases the trust and the faith in the judiciary. It makes people realize I'm not afraid to approach a law enforcement officer. I'm not afraid to approach an attorney or a judge. I now realize that they are on my side and they're here to help me, even if the outcome is not great. But they trust the system a little bit more because we have a lot of people who do not trust our system right now. So I think that is one of the biggest things that helps assure that these programs work out. And the fact that it is voluntary. A person doesn't want to be in the, we have somebody who comes in and says, I really don't have a problem. I just wanted to do this to avoid going to jail. If you don't have a problem, you don't belong in this court. And so we make sure that everyone is accountable. Did that answer your question?
Yeah,
It's
that
not really
does.
a question.
No.
You actually had all the answers.
No, I think that it makes the point that this isn't really about this isn't a social program. This is working within the judiciary, but actually helping bring the services together for that individual so they can try to make the change themselves. And if they don't, well, then they're subject to the criminal justice system.
The other requirements in addition to treatment, it's a very hard program because you have to attend sometimes approximately 9 hours of treatment a week, including AA and NA and peer support type meetings, which are sometimes 3 or 4 a week. You have to come in 3 to 4 times a week for a drug screen. And you must be employed. We assist you in getting health insurance. You have to have, or if you're not employed, you have to be working on a career of some sort, going to school, doing something. You can't just sit back. And I honestly couldn't do the program. I couldn't do 12 hours of treatment and meetings as well as a full-time job. And it is a requirement of the program. And if you don't, we assist you in connecting with career resources and the programs that are already available in our community. So all of those things have to happen while you're in the program. So it is I say it's supervision on steroids. It's much harder to be in the program than to sit in jail or prison for 6 months.
Thank you. Appreciate that information.
That's why we love her.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Yeah, just final comments. I just wanted to react to the one, or respond to the one comment, which is that, yeah, the money's there, we got to spend it. If we want to spend it, I think, in the most effective way, and obviously the commission is kind of made their mind up on this, but I'm a no, because for me, the most successful social programs, without any doubt, in fact, the only ones that work, government doesn't work, destroys everything, wastes all our money 99% of the time. Does a good job building roads, for sure. Other than the roads, generally doesn't work at all, especially on social change and that sort of thing. But if you do want to see communities that turn lives around, it's generally either the faith community or some other community entity which embeds somebody in a sense of community, gives them a sense of purpose. People go to drugs and violence and sex crimes, et cetera, especially drugs, because generally they're alienated from society. They're completely alienated. They have no idea what's going on. Government can't fix that. It's too deep of a problem. It's too deep psychologically, spiritually. And so I would just rather block grant all that money to well put together churches and faith communities and let them put them through a 6-month program outside the auspices of government, because then they can become part of the church, part of the community, part of actual people, not a bureaucrat, actual people sitting down in a church, in the community, who can give meaning to their lives and be part of a community. But all of this violence, all of this stems from the alienation. Government cannot stem the alienation. It cannot stop the alienation. It cannot unalienate them. It can't. It can't. They will relapse because they have to be embedded back into a community where they have a sense of purpose, identity, and value and pride. And only either the faith community and several other small, unique types of entities can do that. Sorry, but it's true. That's why everything has failed in this country for 60 years of just throwing money at every single social problem, every single one we can, and it's just gone. And things are worse. More drugs, more everything being bad. So long story short, it doesn't work. It won't work. But
So before we take the vote, though, I just want to make the point that I think it was said already that a big part of this is actually attending AA meetings, things of that nature. As a general rule, folks that are involved in AA, they will find a faith-based organization. It's part of the program. As a general rule, they will find something that will make them feel like they belong. It will get rid of the alienation that you speak about. That's why programs like AA do work, because people do become part of a community. Doesn't mean people don't relapse. Doesn't mean that, it doesn't happen again, but they have a community to go back to. So it is embedded in this. It's not, this is not what you would call, in my opinion, a typical government program. We already have a structure, a criminal justice system. Somebody that gets in trouble is going to be going through that system. If they're involved in drugs and they're addicted to drugs, chances are they're just going to keep coming through the system. We, the taxpayers, are going to keep paying for that. That money's just going to keep going down the drain. We have an opportunity to attempt to do some intervention if the participant is willing to be involved. And I just disagree that you're not offering them an opportunity to address being alienated, because you're actually opening the door and helping them get to those resources that help them feel like they do belong, and help them feel that they do have someone that's helping them plug into the needs that they have. So I'm hopeful. I think it's worth a try. I don't think we can block granting the money to a church or something like that isn't even an option. Sounds nice, but it's not an option. It's not.
Why is it not an option? This is, by the way, we're having a workshop.
Well, there's no
Thank
way
you for
you
following.
wouldn't be allowed to do that. I mean, I can tell you right now, I attempted to get ARPA funding so that we could help a local organization that was faith-based, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't. It's because of the faith-based aspect of it, you can't. It would run into constitutional problems, and you just, so it's, but if you do, if you're using an organization, for example, like an AA program, a person will find either a faith-based organization or they will find a group that gives them that life purpose. And so I think you get there this way, but you wouldn't, you know, that's just my opinion. I don't think you could just block grant it to a church. And even then, how is that accountable? How could you possibly say just by giving the money to church somehow they're going to be accountable?
Sure. Yeah, I certainly think my words are misperceived. No, it's not like here's money, here's cash, like go do something at this church. No, like churches that have structured programs, or we could incentivize to have programs that help people with substance abuse. Many churches do. And I disagree. I think ARPA money does allow for that sort of funding. And I know the commission's tick, because I know we're trying to fly through this meeting, but thank you for allowing us to workshop this in the middle of the meeting, because that's what we're doing right now, and I think it's very important. At a workshop, you know, we would be able to research like what entities exist in the community that these same amount of dollars, these very limited dollars, seems like a lot of money on paper, it's not. Is this the best use? Obviously, I'm not saying it's a bad, like terribly bad use, but I think there are better uses. Why? Because again, I'm going to be just very fundamental about this. If you don't take somebody who's alienated and their life is meaningless, they don't care about anything, they have no sense of pride, anything else, and you don't permanently enmesh them back into a real community with people, dozens of people who care about them, love them, want to spend time with them, want to employ them, want to hang out with them, to the point where they're quite literally inserted back into society in a healthy, meaningful way, then the moment the sort of escalator ends, like, okay, they're off the drug court, but this and that, they are going to go right back to their old ways. They have to be inserted back into the community in a loving, meaningful fashion. It's extremely hard to do. It's the only chance of success. And they can point to studies. Every one of these sociological studies will tell you that, you know, we've reduced poverty in America, we've reduced this, and that, because they use their own rubric that generally doesn't make sense, and it's extremely deceptive when they try to quantify things. But the truth of the matter is, those faith communities, and even if they're not faith-based, things that sort of are communitarian in nature, in my opinion, based on what I've seen for studying this issue for years, since George Bush pushed, compassionate communities and these sorts of things, where we opened up federal laws to give more money towards community-based, faith-based organizations. Those are only the ones that work, and that's why I'm a no. It's not because this is the worst program. I do believe that there's better ways to spend the money without permanently changing, by the way, the face of the courts. And this is far more secondary. This is not an equivalent or as important to me as the first long point I made. But I will say, having a uniform court structure where you can walk into that courtroom and be treated just in the normal court, not segmented or lessened or put into a pigeonhole category, I think is just very important and dignified the sense of American identity. Donald Trump and person in Lake County are going to walk into the same court, right? That's, to me, very dignified. I'm very, very hesitant to modify the types of courts. Okay, this court, that court, completely changes the face of the judiciary. Even though it's popular, obviously, with some people, I'm very skeptical of it based on my views of the dignity of the court itself and how it gives the average citizen a sense of identity, too. So, anyways, long story short, I'd rather workshop it, look at it, but I generally am against it because I think there are other entities that do a better job in meshing people into society.
No, I was just going to say.
Let me make. Commissioner Sabatini, you had asked them for statistics on the success rates. You stated that there was a 99% failure rate in social programs. is that statistics?
Well, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics, as Mark Twain said, but, the
Well,
truth
I
of
mean,
the matter is-
if we're gonna
That's
hold
metaphoric.
them accountable, we need to hold ourselves.
That's metaphoric speech, though, obviously.
Okay,
But
well, I'm
no,
just asking
yeah.
if it is or it isn't.
I would say absolutely. Look, do you think the war on drugs worked in the United States? Obviously, I would say that's a 99%er right there. But we're talking about a series of different social problems. War on drugs did not work. Still doesn't work. It's worse now than it was 10, 20 years ago.
Commissioner Parks.
I just want to say, I certainly appreciate we should be skeptical of any government expenditure of money, and they're willing to be fully accountable. So I get it. I totally get that. There are a lot of stuff that fails. There's a lot of stuff that we don't hear about that works, the individual cases of programs that do work. And I know that's a debate that we're going through nationally and state is how we expend our money on that. So I appreciate it. But I think there is accountability here. I will say that I agree also. We are always going to have an addiction drug problem. We're always going to have a homeless problem in this country, a free society, until the end of time. I mean, but we continue to try to work to obviously improve that. I think most of it does come through faith in a person finding their faith and being able to have people, especially those that are prone to addiction, come around them and fight that off. It is a darkness battle, a spiritual battle, if you will, that we face every day. So I know there's that part of it, but in this particular case, again, I think it's an option. You mentioned the label. Well, yeah, I know, again, from some experience, personal experience, of the beauty of this might have been an option before being labeled and being put into the jail, which is just most times not a good place for addicts. And I think that's to me, that's kind of what's key to this is an option for somebody to not go into jail, get the suit, the numbers and everything, which is going to further. I mean, you have to think that might be an impediment to them trying to recover. And so it's an option for them. It's optional. And again, we'll know the numbers, but I think that it'll work for enough people to say it's worth it. Just again.
Agree.
Yeah.
All right,
So I just want to apologize to the task force. We tasked you to come up with a plan for us to help resolve this problem. We tasked a group of people who was highly educated and highly motivated to give us what they think as professionals is the best solution to move forward with this and a path to get out if it doesn't work. Commissioner Sabatini, if you want to learn more about this program, I would suggest
I know a lot about the program, Commissioner Smith.
I
A
suggest
lot.
you go to them individually.
I know a lot about it.
To what they have done. I don't think there needs to be a workshop. This has been a workshop. We have tasked the task force to bring back a recommendation. This is a recommendation they wholeheartedly came up with, so thank you very much.
And before we take the vote, I want to just mention one more time the Veterans Court, because I don't think we fundamentally changed the court system by having Veterans Court. We're working inside of the court system. Same thing with this proposal. We're not fundamentally changing the court system. We're working inside of the court system, and it's a volunteer program. So as far as being stigmatized by being sent through this court, you're making the choice to go through this court. So I appreciate all the time that's been spent on this. I appreciate the expertise. I mean, we have the subject matter experts here with us today, and you all have put a lot of time in. I don't want this, although it has kind of devolved into a controversy over whether this is a social program or not a social program, and whether this is going to fit into the category of failed social programs for the last 50 years or not. I mean, I hate that this is kind of going down that road in the discussion, because I think that this does have the potential of being extremely positive, and it's going to be a lot of hard work. It's going to take a lot of hard work, not just on the part of those that decide they want to go through the program, but everybody around them that's trying to help them get on that path to change their lives and not perpetuate this revolving door in our jail system and our judicial system. So with that, we'll take a vote of moving forward with this proposal that was presented today by the task force. And you have one more comment before.
Your Honor, we did not bring before you today an itemized budget. Today
Okay.
was informational purposes only. The task force has an itemized budget. We seek direction from the board to bring that budget back next month.
I like that. I like that because I like the fact that that gives us a month between now and then, and all of us can look at the itemized budget. And it also gives us more time, and I know that Commissioner Sabatini feels like he knows enough about it already, but it is possible that you might actually have more time at this point to, ask additional questions, or you come back with a better argument that you don't like it even more than you didn't like it today. So however it turns out, I think that time period between this presentation today and then coming back with the itemized budget for us to vote on is beneficial all the way around. So with that in mind, then would you withdraw your motion to move forward?
Can I withdraw, or do we have to fail it and then bring back a budget request? I'll withdraw.
All right, do we have a
And
second?
I'll withdraw, so there was no action needed today.
That's right.
Essentially. Okay.
Presentation, it'll come back with an itemized budget, and at that point, we'll take a formal vote on it.
Okay.
Okay, great debate, great opportunity to hash it out, and appreciate everybody being here.
Thank
Okay, moving on to public hearings, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll move into our two public hearings.
my whole life.
I'm a minimalist, but I have stacks of crap from meetings because I leave a meeting and I just stack it. And I leave a meeting and I stack it.
I usually just have
Then
one
like Fridays,
giant
I
one.
try to clean it out.
Nice. Well, I bring everything home. I don't leave anything at the office. So at my house, I do accounting stuff. I got law firm stuff. I just can't have stuff at the office. I don't know.
We're going back in session now. On tab 29, I'll call upon the county attorney. This is regarding an ordinance related to human trafficking. Okay. This is an ordinance amending section 3.66 of the Lake County Code entitled General Requirements.
Okay, this will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, amending Section 3-66 Lake County Code entitled General Requirements, amending the contact information for the Florida Human Trafficking Hotline, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. If you choose to approve this today, it will become ordinance 2025-20.
All right, this is a public hearing. We're going to open this up. Does anyone wish to comment on this ordinance? All right, we're going to bring it back to the board. Do we have any questions, discussion, or do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Moving on then to tab 30, we'll call on Fred Schneider. This is regarding a resolution to vacate, discontinue, close, and declare specific county-owned right-of-way as surplus and cease maintenance.
Good morning, Commissioners. Fred Schneider, Assistant County Manager. As mentioned, this is vacation petition number 1288, public hearing. The applicant, I'm going to have a change on that today. With us today is Chuck Bell, Director of Land Development, and Laura Kelly is attorney for them, representing Schutz and Bowen. They're sitting behind me. The location of this requested vacation of right-of-way is in the Claremont area south of State Road 50, near Ray Good Game Parkway, Commissioner District 2. This is a close-up map showing Claremont city limits in the gray area and unincorporated remainder. And the red shows the existing road where it was to and removed. This is the Waterbrook PUD. It used to be called Yana PUD, approved in 2006 by the Board of County Commissioners. In that ordinance, it allowed for the road to be relocated. And then again, BCC Ordinance 2014 amendment. And then Claremont Ordinance 2016 annexed and kept that ability for the developer to relocate the road. So it's been almost 20 years since they first received approval, and they've just now got the new road built, and the existing road has been removed. And you can see on the map the area I've highlighted in yellow. It's the area of the realignment of the road that sort of kind of went through their property, and now it's moved to the north and along the edge. And here's an aerial map showing that location. The new segment has a roundabout at the intersection of Hartle Road and Island Boulevard. And everything's been built, completed. There was a wall, a privacy wall built along the homes on the north side that they constructed, and we worked with them a lot to get it in the right location to provide the maximum amount of less visibility, I guess that's the word, is privacy to the folks on north of the property. Because originally the plans show the wall down the slope. And property owners contacted us and it was like, well, that wall's not going to do any good. We agreed. So we worked with Mattamy to get it up as high as we could next to the road, provide as maximum privacy as possible. And then to the end, there's the Magnolia subdivision is served on the far east end of it. This here shows the original location in blue of the deeded right-of-way, and then proposed vacation in the hatched red over that blue, and then in the yellow, the new alignment and the road. They've deeded the right-of-way. Everything's been built and completed. and they put a maintenance bond in place. So everything's been completed up until the final would be to vacate existing right-of-way where they want to plat homes. And so we don't have any known issues, so with that, staff recommends approval of their vacation requests.
All right. Any questions for Fred at this point? All right, this is a public hearing. I do have a card. Robert Traver. If you'll come to the podium.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm a resident of Magnolia Island, Robert Traver. I have some concerns with with the relocation of the Island Boulevard. The scope conveyed back in 2015 was approximately for 38 homes. We've since come to learn they've bought 28 more acres, and there's a crash gate between their development to Island Boulevard. We questioned Mattamy Homes about the crash gate and security-wise. Well, it's going to be taken care of by landscaping and trees. There'll be no walls, no fences. It's turned into a problem for them and us. They've put piles of dirt. People are driving over the dirt. They put a tanker truck there. People drive around the tanker truck. They actually had a lowboy unload yesterday on, on Island Boulevard and drove over all their brand-new stuff right up into there. It just seems like there's something not happening there. It should be happening. Excuse me, I don't do public hearings.
It's okay.
As built, Island Boulevard does not have any pedestrian setups for it. It's basically now, with all these new homes coming into there, this crash gate is probably about a quarter mile down the road, I guess. And then we're going to have kids and pedestrians are going to want to go to Publix and the Rebel gas station. They're going to take the shortest path possible, and there's nowhere for them to go other than on the road because there is no access there for them to walk. They'll be walking in the road. I just don't understand why, as they're coming back for a second bite of the apple to make their development bigger, this crash gate is becoming an issue. Like they don't want to deal with it. I have concern that it's going to be a problem going forward. I brought pictures of the area how it was developed before. Hartle Road, the developer, he put walls on both sides of the road, put trees, put a sidewalk in. It's a barren wasteland out there right now. They built this supposedly privacy wall. It's a joke. It's 25 feet off the other houses that are already there. There's a great big pathway you can see down with trash already growing. You know, it's accumulating stuff because it's not closed off. I have no idea what their plan is for this. I've asked for a landscape plan. It's crickets. They put a sewage lift station there that we can see visibly off Island Boulevard. There's no landscaping there. There's no irrigation for landscaping there. So we get to look at a transfer station forever. And as far as the road being removed, the road has not been removed. They had to put a pasture road in for us to, when they did the transfer of the road. And there's about 100 square feet of asphalt that they kind of just threw some grass around it that should have been cut and removed. That's my comments. So.
Oh, yeah.
Real quick, so Fred, could you put the map back up? Just briefly point out a couple of the things that were mentioned here. And I know that a lot of the work isn't, or there's work that's not done yet.
This one?
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Go your way, sorry. I'd suggest that the representative of the developer come because I'm not aware of what was being
Okay,
pleaded
yeah,
here.
I mean, that's what I wanted to.
I don't know what they're.
Because today we're dealing simply with the vacation
Vacation.
of that road, but if there's other issues, of course.
The other issues are within the city of Claremont and whatever the city of Claremont's approving for this development, but I don't know, I don't have details on that.
So you're speaking for this, I know we have the Mattamy, is it Mattamy that's?
No.
Okay, so you're speaking just for this segment here that's cleared to vacate where the road is being moved, the realigned road?
Correct. This is the public hearing for that.
Yeah, and then you did take care of some of the landscape. I know the couple of these lots up there in Johns Lake Estates that had issues that, but that's already been addressed with the wall and the landscape. Although it might not. Is it all installed yet? I haven't been out there in a little while. Okay, all right.
I'm told it is, yeah.
But you have a performance bond still. We
Yeah,
do.
Performance, I don't know if we released that yet, and then we have a maintenance bond.
Okay, so I just a question then. So as it relates to what we see on the screen, if we still have the performance bond, if there's an outstanding issue and that we're responsible for.
I'm told that everything was completed, so.
Okay, but just you could double check it? Yeah.
Will do.
Is that correct,
Yeah,
Ms. Attorney?
our performance bond and maintenance bond is only for the realigned road.
Yeah.
It would not have anything to do with landscaping or walls or anything for the subdivision, because that subdivision is in the city of Claremont. We have no control over what they should or should not be doing. Like the gentleman referenced, he was looking for a landscape plan. Those aren't records Lake County would have. They'd have to get those from the city of Claremont.
Okay, all right, so even the performance bond that we have is sort of limited to just that alignment there. Okay. All right, then I think just because we have somebody that came from Claremont, maybe if Madam A could speak.
I just want to make sure that we are only discussing the vacation of this right-of-way, correct?
Yeah, we are. We are. I think
Okay.
we're just he's just taking the opportunity to address some of those questions that he had.
Good morning, Chuck Bell, Development Director, Mattamy Homes. The road is complete. However, on the south side, within the city of Claremont, that's where we're finishing up some of the site development for the lots. There will be landscape along, it would be the southerly edge or outside the southerly right-of-way on the city of Claremont parcel that is contiguous with the new alignment of Magnolia Island Boulevard. That, along with the crash gate, that'll be constructed, that will kind of frame up that concern that the gentleman had regarding that. Gentleman discussed about sidewalks and all. Previous road did not have any sidewalks at all, and we just relocated what was there, the existing road. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Appreciate your time.
And I know we're just dealing with this vacation question, but your testimony to us is that when you're going to be addressing the crash gate, you're going to be addressing the area that he was concerned about as far as the lift station maybe having a buffer?
Yes, ma'am. All that area is within the Waterbrook development. So we're finishing up the site development at this time, and we'll come back and we'll do the landscaping right afterwards. So those concerns with buffering the lift station and buffering those homes and the crash gate will be addressed at that time.
Because that's what you do last.
So we'll do that last.
Okay, and just so, I appreciate Mr. Traver being here, and you've been here a long time, and you had to sit through our whole meeting, but it's probably a good idea to reach out to Claremont and just let him know. It sounds like the developer understands that this is something that he's going to be finishing as part of finishing up his project, but as far as inspections go, our bond that we have no authority over those additional improvements. We certainly can, pass it on to Claremont that we want to make sure it's done correctly and that we heard from a constituent about it. But on this was part of this PUD, right? That this transfer would happen, that road would be rebuilt. What about how deep it is in the dirt going over the old road? Is there any requirement that asphalt be cut and that it be removed? Or will just putting dirt over it be sufficient for grass to grow there, or how's it going to work?
With respect to the old road, the entire road, the asphalt and the base material was demolished, removed, and clean fill put on top of that.
Okay.
It's already out of there.
So you got the
It's already done. It's out of there. It's
Okay, all right, well, that's good to know. And that's, you're telling us that that got done.
That got done, believe me, that got done.
Mr. Traver's holding up a picture that looks like asphalt. Maybe that was before it was dug up.
I'll be happy where the asphalt is, but I can tell you within, the old alignment on what would be, where homes or lots are going to be, all of that asphalt and base material was removed.
Okay, so everything outside of that dotted yellow line has been.
Yes, ma'am. There may be some transition areas. Now, if there's a transition area, that we'll be happy to meet with them in the field and look if there's an area that Yeah.
Okay, could you do us that?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Certainly.
and talk to Mr. Traver and go look on the property and make sure that anywhere where there was asphalt, it's there for a reason. And but this area that's shown outside the yellow is going to has been all removed. And if not, that it would be removed.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do that. We'll get with that gentleman.
Okay, all right. We'll bring it back to the board.
All right, well, I appreciate both parties coming forward and talking about it here publicly. So I'll make a motion for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Just been understanding the developer has represented that they'll meet with the property owner and make sure that asphalt's been removed. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes for the road vacation. Moving then to our regular agenda, we have Commissioner Smith. This is a discussion regarding the Mineola Athletic Complex interlocal agreement. I'm going to turn it over to you. Okay.
My page here. So, as most of y'all know, we have a county park within the city limits of Mineola. And I just wanted to bring attention to the cost of what's going on with this park and what my idea is. So before I get started, Jennifer, can you go over the numbers for us?
Okay, sure. So the Mineola Athletic Complex is actually owned by the city of Mineola. We entered into an agreement with them in 2011 to manage the property, the day-to-day operations, as well as work on the capital improvements. Since 2011, we have spent approximately $2.1 million on capital improvements for the property, and then the operations, which includes staff cost, totals about $6.5 million. So it's a total of about $8.6 million since 2011 spent at that complex.
So this is wholeheartedly city of Mineola land within the city of Mineola, right? So my only thing is I want to be consistent with our other cities. We have the same situation going on in Groveland. We have the same situation going on in Claremont, and we have the same situation going on in Tavares, to where they own the land. But the difference is each one of those cities, Tavares, Groveland, and Claremont, take care of the operation and maintenance, and the county assists with capital improvement funds. My request is we do the same with Mineola, as we give the operation and maintenance over to Mineola, and then we continue on with our capital improvement funds as they requested, just like we're consistent with every other city, including Fruitland Park, that we provide capital funds to. That's my only ask is, so in order to do that, I know we're under a contract. We have to get out of that contract or amend that contract in some way. But I just think to be fair to the citizens of all of Lake County, we need to be consistent on how we work things.
Commissioner Parks?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing it up. These kinds of things are always good to discuss. Just a little bit of history. You and I were around when this happened. So that field, that park was growing up weeds, like literally, and it was really, there was no plan for anything to open it back up. At the time, analyzing and going through the level of service that we, dictate in our own comprehensive plan for the county, we were, particularly in that part of the county,
And it wasn't the only park, too. There's the Northwest, I think, up near Fruitland Park was also very deficient in level of service. So what we did at that time, just so everybody, just a little bit of history, is in a sort of I don't want to call it a cost efficiency move, but it is kind of like that. We said, okay, why don't we pick this park up? We'll get it back on its feet. We'll manage it and run it. It'll help us meet our level of service in that area. Even combined with the planned regional park that's in Groveland, based off of population numbers, all that space was going to be needed to meet our level of service. So that's why we did it. We went into it, trying to do that as a sharing of a good opportunity, I guess, to be cost efficient and effective. So Bobby's team has done an incredible job over the years there. It's insanely busy. If you've not been out there, I mean, most of our parks are, of course, but that one's just insanely busy. There's been talk about trying to get it expanded and have more parking areas and things like that. So I think the discussion's appropriate because I do think Mineola, I think there's an opportunity. I'll be nice in the way I say that for helping us, the county, achieve the goal of providing good service there. And I don't know what that is. I don't know if, not necessarily ready to talk about that today, but I think it's a good topic to talk about with them about starting to pick up the costs. I'm sure if you just sort of handed over the keys to them right now, so to speak, the issue might be, well, are you prepared to, or is Mineola prepared to operate and run that? You're proposing operational cost, right?
Yes, I'm proposing operational maintenance costs, and I'm sure there's going to be a transition period for them to get their workforce up to snuff. And I do realize that when this agreement happened, Mineola then is not the Mineola today.
Yeah, well,
population-wise, growth-wise. So I just think it's time we helped them out tremendously, and now it's time to be more consistent with the other parks, and there's got to be a transition period. I completely get the transition period, but it's time to move in that direction.
Or it could be that our team that's provided service there so effectively and efficiently for all the years, maybe there's a contribution to that, providing that service as well, because I think there's an economy of scale with having these regional larger parks that is achieved with the staff that we have. So Mineola, and I just know this because just some conversation, they may be interested in that too.
Where they would pay the county to continue to do the operations, but contribute to the cost of doing it, just so you'd have the continuity of the same type of maintenance.
So as long as I don't know how that would work out, being a county employee. If you wanted to go that route, then we'd have to be consistent with the other cities and hire county employees for Claremont, county employees for Groveland, and county employees for Tavares to run those as well and have them distributed to us. It's their land.
I think he's talking about like it's just a contract. It's just like you're just like.
Assisting with operational costs, basically.
As long as it's net neutral, I'm okay with it. I'm fine as long as our Parks and Recreation team says that they can handle it, and it's net neutral, and is consistent with what we're doing across the board, then I'm okay with that. But I truly think it should be Mineola's personnel, Mineola's equipment, running that operation, and then us just providing the capital funds that they need to help enhance the park.
Agreed.
How, do you know, like, composition of who goes to this park? I mean, is it 50-50 unincorporated and city?
We can have our team come up, but I think people come from all over the county to use it. It's insanely busy. I'll say that. It's like, but they're from all over the county. Sometimes they come from outside of the county even.
Well, like the North Lake Park is a huge park, right? But it's in the unincorporated area, but it's used by city and unincorporated. They're all used by city and unincorporated residents. We represent all of the residents of Lake County, whether they're in a city or not in the city. I think the deal here is you're trying to find consistency with how the other parks that are that have been assisted with funding from the county that are wholly inside city limits. You're trying to find consistency there. And I think we should have a discussion with Mineola about it. I want to make sure that they're not going to treat unincorporated residents any differently, that everything will stay the same. If they can keep that level of service, I think that's the key. You don't want to have put this investment in this park and then have the park just, become degraded. It's not at the level it needs to be, or they start charging some sort of fee, or you've got to show your driver's license, and if not, I think we got to go ahead and open the door and have the discussion and see if we can come up with something that works for both sides.
I agree, yes. And to your point, there are cities in the past that have said, if you're from the county, unincorporated county, we're charging you more now. We're trying to get away with all that and all aspects of provision of government, because the county and the cities are supposed to work together on all this. So there's that to talk about. That's a good point too.
I agree, and I would be extremely disappointed if Mineola went down the road of charging county or outside city. Let's take Golden Triangle Regional Park. It's in the city of Tavares, but you got City of Eustis, City of Mount Dora, City of Umatilla, Astatula, Leesburg, and county residences all using that park every day. And there's not an upcharge for any of them for that, because the county is providing capital funds to help with their.
But we have an interlocal agreement with them.
We do, and that's what I'm
So that's the
looking
key.
for here.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I just look at
And we have an interlocal agreement with Claremont, and we have an interlocal agreement with Groveland, and we just need to work forward.
The conversation is always good to have. Again, a benefit that the county has is we're large enough where there's an economy of scale. So just from a business standpoint, kind of think about that as well. But it may be that they may want to do it, and Mineola may want to do it, and that could be a route that they go. But I certainly appreciate the discussion. Yeah.
I think where we're going is let's negotiate an interlocal agreement that addresses the concerns that we talked about today and that Commissioner Smith brought up. I think they're totally legitimate concerns. It's just that it's an agreement. That means that in order, if we want to get out, we got to look at what the terms are to get out. But would we really put all that money and investment and actually use this park as a way to meet our master park needs, our own level of service that we need to make sure is available under our comp plan? Would we just give up the park? I don't think anybody wants to just give it up and see a situation happen where we don't have county residents able to use it, or that it's not kept to the level it needs to be kept. So we just need to have that negotiation.
So how do we go? What's our first step towards that?
Well, right now, if you look at 6E, county's unilateral right to terminate. County shall have the right to unilaterally terminate this agreement without cause by providing 5 years written notice to the city. So
we could give 5 years notice, but no, I think.
And I'll follow up. I spoke to one of the city commissioners, and they basically said, I'd like you to table it because we're talking with somebody right now that might come in.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of dynamics that are working on, but they do need to understand that we don't want to continue paying money. I see that.
Yeah.
And I will
We're dividing
say that,
cost.
I will say that this is not the first conversation I've had about this. I've talked to the city of Mineola, asking them to move forward and helping us with this about 8 months ago, and there's been no movement.
Yeah.
So this is the movement that was forced upon my hand to make.
Well, so what are the next steps? We got a lot of workshops, but maybe it's an item for further discussion at one of our regular meetings where we ask Mineola to come and talk about it more.
Why don't we make a proposal? Let's
I think we should codify right now proposals.
Yeah, so that we're not just kind of turning our wheels. Let's just say, let's throw some proposed terms out there and have our manager talk to their manager and say, otherwise we're moving towards, a termination under the termination clause, understanding that, that's 5 years away essentially. But
the only thing I understand that the want to do something today, but I don't know if maybe they have a little bit of time to make a proposal. I'm pointing to our staff on what our terms might be.
'Cause I don't know what they are. I mean, you know, I want to talk with them more. I mean, I talk with them about it, and they know it is conceptual. Yes, we know we need to do more, and I understand the need to try to get to some amount. I don't know if that's going to happen. If we start throwing that out today, though.
Now, how about we do this? How about if we ask the county attorney to look at the other 3 existing contracts, mold them in to be consistent, and come up with a contract that kind of mimics what we already have going on that sits Mineola, and see if we can either do an amendment. If Mineola doesn't want to do the amendment, then of course there's option B, which was mentioned earlier. But I think if we can bring back, maybe next meeting or 2 meetings from now, an interpretation of what it may look like, then it would be a good starting point for us to have a discussion as a whole instead of just in the spring.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and Jennifer and I do meet with Mark Johnson, although we haven't done it the last 2 months, but we meet with him on a monthly basis too, so there'll be some discussion, I'm sure, on that.
And I would encourage every county commissioner to talk to both Melanie and Jennifer and Mineola about this and what they want and what we're doing.
Yeah, so we're essentially looking at the history of this and looking at what we've done with other situations, which have a little bit different history, but you know, each one we got to where we are through a different path. So this might look like a hybrid, I think, compared to maybe what some of our other agreements are. But that's what you're asking for staff to take a look at. And in the meantime, talk with Mark, get some feedback. So maybe what comes back will actually be something that we get a feel for that they would be in agreement with. And I have heard the same thing, too, that they have a potential for a new park in association with a developer that would provide an opportunity for a much larger regional type park on property that they would be developing. That's how I understand it. The developer would be giving and maybe working to develop. Okay, all right, sounds like a plan.
Do you think by next meeting, or a month away, time certain, like a month away?
I would say your second meeting in June.
Okay.
All right, then moving along to tab 32, Maria Abdul Karim is here to talk about applications for affordable housing multifamily impact fee waivers.
Good morning, Commissioners. Maria Abdul Karim, Director of Housing and Community Services. On April 17th, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee met to review presentations from developers requesting impact fee waivers to support the development of affordable housing units in Lake County. These projects were scored based on predetermined criteria such as project readiness, financial feasibility, population served, developer experience, as well as the community impact and design. The top scoring projects are as follows. In District 5, York Street Apartments submitted by ECG Florida, a multifamily development project located in Fruitland Park, consisting of 150 units. This development project received the highest score in the amount of 727 points. The request for impact fees totals $1,591,302. Additionally, in District 5, South Winds Reserve Senior Living, submitted by Atlantic Housing Partners, also a multifamily development project located in the city of Leesburg, consisting of 44 units, and this project received a score of 670 points. The impact fee total is $478,764. In District 5, again, another project, Waterview at Lake Geneva, was also submitted by Atlantic Housing Partners. This is also a multifamily development project located in the city of Mount Dora, consisting of 64 units, and this project received a score of 631 points. The impact fee amount is $1,033,804. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee would like to recommend to the board full approval of the impact fee waivers for the Urick Street project. Should any impact fee waivers remain, they also recommended approval of the South Winds project. No recommendations were made for the Waterview project. And in the audience today, we do have a representative from the Urick Street Apartments, should you have any questions.
Do they have their zoning now in Fruitland Park?
I'm going to ask him to come in.
I cheated on you.
The site was already zoned for the intended use.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The site was already zoned for the intended use, so we've got zoning, and we just got our final site plan approval at Planning and Zoning last week.
Okay, and so you giving them the site plans?
Can you restate that, because you kind of mumbled and I'm hard of hearing, so I didn't quite understand what you said.
I think the question was, do we have our zoning? The site was already zoned for the intended use, and then I mentioned that we got our final site plan approval last week.
Perfect.
Can we have your name for the record?
Reed Ellis.
I have a question, though. You said you got your approval from Fruitland Park, and they understand all the aspects of the project. And could you describe to us, like, how you meet affordable housing thresholds? Like, or is it rent controlled? Is it you've got to qualify in order to be, a resident? Or how does this work?
Yeah, so all of our rents will be restricted at different AMI levels. So they'll be restricted at the 30, 50, and 80% area median income. As far as getting certified for those units, we have stringent compliance. You've got to run background checks, check your income, credit history, similar to a market rate development. But you've got to meet the certain income limits for the units themselves.
Okay, yeah, just to be clear, because sometimes people mix up the terms, like Section 8 versus,
And
affordable housing or workforce housing, and this isn't Section 8. This is, you have to have an income, and it's just a question of what your income level is, but you have requirements that have to be met in order to then live in this complex.
Yeah, so roughly 15% of the units are at the 30% AMI level, about half are at 50% AMI, the remainder are at 80% AMI. So the income ranges for those units are about $25,000 a year, up to roughly $85,000 a year.
How many units are there?
150 units.
150, okay.
Oh, I got a question, but I think Commissioner Morris just
Oh.
beat me to it. Do you have a question?
Are we able to negotiate what we want to provide to them money-wise, or is it all or none?
So this program is a discretionary program. You can decide to fund all of them, none of them, partial payments. You should have in your backup a chart that shows the breakdown per impact fee. You could choose to waive only school impact fees or transportation. So it's completely within your discretion how you would like to award or not award the funds.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sabatini.
Just a comment, actually, for the board, and not my permanent position, but it's my position right now. Like, why are we waiving any impact fees when we know for a fact that, obviously, with roads and millions of other things, we have shortfalls all over the place, and we don't want to raise taxes. I mean, can we do it? I mean, affordably? Is it affordable? I don't know. I'm against all impact fee waivers for these kind of projects, personally. It's discretionary. It's discretionary, and I just don't know.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we have a affordable housing policy that we're required to adhere to, and a plan. And it's one of the tools in our toolbox to help assist with having affordable housing in our county. These kind of projects, I'm assuming that are you getting sale money?
We are, yep.
Okay.
We've already been awarded sale funds.
Okay, so they're financing for the project. They're able to do it with like tax exempt bonds, which then bring down their interest rates, which then assists in making it affordable. So yeah, this is one more way to make it affordable. Another thing that we do with these impact fee waivers, in some instances, like we have our infill waivers where we'll do them on individual lots that are just infill that are already existing. That has been a really successful program because it helps rejuvenate neighborhoods because new. homes or duplexes will be built in places where there's just lots that are just sitting there that are infill. So I've always been a big proponent of that type of impact fee waiver. But yeah, I mean, I think the big concern is that the impacts don't go away. Like, you know, and that's the trade-off on this. Like, yes, we want things to be affordable and we know that we have a need. On the other hand, you're basically cost shifting all of the impacts to the roads or the schools to the rest of the folks that are paying the impact fees. And that's a kind of tough pill to swallow.
This is also a lot of money. $3 million, right? It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not modest. This is not like a slight tax decrease or increase for someone. This is millions.
What about whether they're Lake County resident limited? Are they limited to Lake County residents that have already living in Lake County, or no? Well, that's problematic for me.
So for this project, the impact fee waiver amount is 1.5 million, 1.591.
So.
Got it.
And the income levels, for example, if you have a one-person bedroom or a household, the higher range, or the 80%, would meet someone who is making an income of about $59,000 per year. On the lower end of a one-bedroom, you'd be making in salary about $22,000. So that would serve the need of, for example, someone who is receiving Social Security, some of our elderly citizens who receive about $1,200 per month, which make about annually about $14,400. So that would fill the need of that specific household size and income.
Yeah, and two questions. One, so how is this additional inventory going to affect the available housing inventory requirements for the Live Local Act for, you know, us to waive out of the exemptions on that? And then if I'm understanding this right, or if I had it wrong, tell me, of course, Melanie especially, but they could come back, and I've seen this in certain cases in Lake County, where they can come back and justify that they're not having the impact on traffic based off of their own numbers and apply for some form of a waiver or get some reduction in impact fees. There's one specific case I'm thinking of in Claremont near the hospital for some affordable housing that was done supposedly for nurses and you know, technicians. So they could go back, you almost be making them go back and show that they have a reduction. They could justify not paying the, whatever it is, impact fees and transportation. Have you guys talked about any of that, or am I correct on that assumption, first of all?
So, yes, so under the Transportation Impact Fee Code, somebody can come in and do sort of a site-specific assessment. They would work out the criteria for that with the school board. The project you're talking about was, I believe the entire complex was a one-bedroom complex to primarily deal with the hospital workers. They did submit their own study to the school board, which the school board accepted. So they did end up with a lower transportation impact fee. I don't think we have that available for school, although we might. It's been a while since I've looked at that code, but.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, I know not to complicate things, but there's the question about, as Commissioner Sabatini has said, which I really appreciate, there's a lot of potential money off the table for transportation. At the same time, there's that tool that they may have, but these locations are pretty urbanized, right, in a sense? So their trips are going to be shorter. And the schools.
Let me correct what I just said. It is the school impact fee that Jimmy adjusted. I'd have to go back and look at transportation to see if we have
I thought he
that
did
same.
transportation too.
I think it was schools, and I think they were showing that because they were one bedroom, these were not going to be families. These were going to be people that were working at the hospital, and that's how they were able to.
Correct. And I think we have that same provision in our other impact fees. I just have to go back.
So they could still try it through transportation. Okay. All right.
So I have a question. You said you're getting sale money for this?
That's correct.
Where's the money going?
Into the development, pay for development hard costs.
Why wouldn't it pay for the impact fees? Because what people don't realize, if I'm understanding right, every time we sell a piece of property, some of that tax money goes to Tallahassee. Marie, you can help me out here. Some of that money goes to Tallahassee. They redistribute it and send the money back, right? Is that right? So tell me a little bit about how that works.
So a portion of the funding that we receive that we get through the State Housing Initiative Program is usually based on the population size, and the additional funding that we would apply for is similar to what you described. So there's some funding that would then go back to the state.
So we do send money up, and then they send money back, proportionate to what our population is.
I think you're thinking of SHIP, right? You're thinking about SHIP money?
Yeah, I'm thinking about SHIP.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Okay, this is sale, not ship. Well, ships have sales, so.
I know.
Nice tie.
But either way, you're getting money from the government to build these projects, right?
Capital.
That's correct.
Well, why wouldn't we just use that money to do the impact fees?
So this is a 4% tax credit deal. So we face probably harder financial criteria than, say, like your 9% low-income housing tax credit or your market rate development. So we're obviously rent restricted. For us to provide lower affordability units and then maintain the quality of housing that we want to deliver, we obviously can't leverage enough funds to pay for a quality development. So we rely on things such as other subordinate debt through SHIP programs or CDBG funds, and the impact fee waiver is another tool that we use to maintain the quality of the development that we're intending to build.
Well, I got a couple of problems with this. First off, you have 150 home development, right?
150 units, yes, sir.
And then you're not going to restrict it to just Lake County people, but Lake County people are going to have to waive their impact fees. And then Lake County people are going to feel the impact of these extra 150 homes. Just saying.
I think we all want to help make housing affordable. I think this is a really touchy subject for us, though, because we're super far behind on our infrastructure needs, and we have very limited ways to fund our infrastructure. And impact fees are one of the ways that we're able to match in order to get state funds, in order to build improvements that we need. And I think that's where the rub is here. It's not against your project. It's not against the idea of making sure housing is affordable, because I'm sure you've got a really nice project planned. I know there's one over in the Eustis area that was funded with sale money, and it's in outstanding shape. I mean, they keep the property because of the way that you're required to keep money in reserves and take care of the property and all that. The property is pristine, and it's a real asset to the community because it does provide affordable housing. So, yeah, I think the rub here is that we need the impact fees.
Understood.
Badly.
It's probably worth noting, so we've entered into a concurrency agreement with Lake County Schools. So of the, I believe, close to $1.6 million in impact fees that we're requesting be waived, we've agreed to pay $430,000 to Lake County Schools. So that number theoretically would be about $1.1 million. And then to address obviously the road concern, this is a transit-oriented development. We're within less than half a mile to 2 bus stops. Affordable housing projects, generally, the residents typically have between half a car and a car a unit, whereas your market rate developments, those tenants have like a car and a half to 2 cars a unit. So I think the impact on the roads would be less, but we totally understand the concern. I just wanted to point that out, that we have entered into a concurrency agreement with Lake County Schools.
Yeah, I'm interested in the details of that. So you're providing money directly to them? Are the schools at capacity? Is that what it is? Or is it proportionate share? Or
none of the schools that we're zoned for are over capacity. The elementary school currently is, but we're across the street from the brand new Fruitland Park Elementary School. In Lake County, I believe the high school is over capacity. This project will generate, I believe, 38 additional seats. So we've agreed to pay for workstations for those additional students that would be created up to, I believe the amount was $429,000.
okay, so it sounds like proportionate share.
So am I understanding that your company's going to give the school board 400 and
$430 roughly $1,000.
But you're asking for an impact waiver fee of 1.25 million. So you're actually you're only really asking for a reduction of 600,000. You're not giving the school anything. You're just asking for an impact fee waiver of less than $1.25 million.
Theoretically, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, and just to clarify, on those school concurrency proportionate share agreements, what typically happens is the developer will pay that money up front for the deficiency in school stations, which I believe you said was 36 or 38. So they would pay that $430,000 up front. It's a three-party agreement between the developer, the school board, and the county, because then the school board asks the county to give them impact fee credits. So they would get impact fee credits for that $430,000, and then it would be up to you whether you wanted to waive the remainder.
Rent restriction is forever or
30?
The sale funds come with a 50-year affordability period.
Yeah, so you can't get rid of that and change it within 50 years. It has to meet that criteria, yeah.
And they do make them, they have substantial reserves so that they keep the property maintained, so that during the life of the 50 years, the property's in very good condition.
And just to add to that, if the board does choose to approve an impact fee waiver, they will also have to do an agreement with Lake County, which will include restrictive covenants and will require them to produce proof that those residents are income qualified every year for so long as that agreement remains in effect.
And again, I just think we've had this infill program, and we've been talking about affordable housing for a long, long time, and trying to encourage it in the right place. And this is, it's definitely in an urban area. It's not out in the hinterlands where what we're trying to protect right now. And so we've had this. We've been encouraging this for many years to try to take advantage of this program. And
right.
Yeah. And again, the question, I don't know about how much inventory we need, but obviously this is, if it was approved, they're going to add to our inventory for this availability, which would enable us to go ahead and keep waiving every year the property tax benefit that you could get through Live Local. I'm sorry.
So for Live Local, we're in the Orlando Kissimmee MSA. That number year before last was just slightly over, that allowed us to waive it. This last year, that number did increase, so we have waived or removed ourselves from that exemption, is a better way to say that. So so the more inventory that you add, when that report comes out, the Schimberg report comes out in December, we look at that, and then we can see if we can continue exempting out of that tax.
Which I would definitely be in favor of. Yeah.
So, and I don't know if Commissioner Sabatini is familiar with this or not, but with Live Local? Yeah. Okay, so I know. So what ends up happening is like we're trying to decide, do we approve doing something like this to get more inventory, and then on the flip side, we're able to not lose our property taxes from.
I'm voting no until we're kicked out of the bracket that allows us to be exempt. So that's just where I am. I'd like to skirt the line, but obviously I don't think this brings us over the line, so. It's too much money, crazy amount of money. It's like the biggest, $3 million.
It's 1.5.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry, I'm looking at them combined, sorry. Still.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, my big hang-up is the Lake County resident side. If we were providing affordable housing for residents of Lake County who are already looking for affordable housing and they can't find it, that could change the equation for me. And I don't know that you're allowed to do that, or if you do, I thought you could. I thought you could put a limitation like that. You could have a first come, preference for Lake County residents. I think they did that on Valencia.
So what are our options there?
Maybe.
What are our options there?
I'd have to defer to Maria, and I don't know if the sale program allows them to do that. So, Maria, do you have any insight on that?
Yes, with some affordable housing projects, you can have a preference for Lake County residents, but it would be up to the developer. If they finalize any of their documentation for any of the funding that they're receiving and they haven't added that, they may be at a point where they can't add that, but we can ask now.
Yep. We're certainly open to adding in a preference for locals.
That's helpful.
Yeah, that's
to the extent that the state allows it and it can be included in through some agreement, we are fully open to that.
So it says direction and discussion and direction, and that's where we're at. We need to give, we've had a lot of discussion, we need to give some direction.
I think it was a very good discussion, but I'm a hard no on any of it.
So I would move forward just, with some history, understand the concerns about it, and we're trying to fund roads, and we're going to talk about that the rest of the year practically. So I understand that side of it and the funding, but at the same time, it's just like anything. We're trying to balance it out and make it work with affordable housing. That the range that you mentioned is of great need for our community. We've been encouraging this impact fee waiver program to get it in the right place, not out and making it rural sprawl, so to speak. So I think the question's been answered. It's near transit, so it's supportive of that. I would want to move forward, though, if there's a way to memorialize or document that what you just said, that it would be preference to Lake County residents. If you can do that, and I would be supportive of moving forward.
And I'm still on the fence, but I may be supportive if we do not include the road impact fee and if we only approve $800,000 of school impact fees.
Can I just say one thing that I left out too?
Are you finished with your thoughts on that?
No, and I meant to say that, this is again about to get to where you need to go on the business side, being in that world, and I'm not in your world, I don't do that stuff, but understanding a little bit of it. I mean, you're so narrow on what it costs to build these in terms of margin and cost and everything, that's why they need these numbers, to obviously make it affordable. So I know maybe you can build stuff more affordable, and you have a way to do it. And I wouldn't doubt that, but I'm just saying this is part of the argument that we've for years of trying to make affordable housing is reducing that cost to get down into that range. So,
Commissioner Morris, comments?
Well, I was sitting in all the meetings, or the meeting that we went through and negotiated all this, and I think it's fine with me to do it the way it is now. We need the infill. Urick Street is exactly in the right across from the elementary school, and it would fit right in. So, and I know it's total of $3 million, but we have to invest also in the working class that we have here in Lake County.
I would agree, and there's a reason why I would say not to include the road impact fee waiver and only include up to $851,000 of the school board, because it is right across the street from the school, and they do have 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom apartments there.
If I could add, just for the Chair, just for the flow of the meeting, you do say discussion and direction. So we could give you direction, doesn't necessarily mean a final. Do you want a final decision today? Because.
Right. So ultimately, if you give us direction to award to 1, 2, or 3 projects, we will have to bring those contracts back to you for final approval. So it sounds like right now there may be a consensus to work with the Urick Street apartments. What I'm hearing is that Commissioner Smith would like a limit of $800,000 on school impact fees, exclude road impact fees, and it sounds like fire, library, and parks you might be okay with waiving. Commissioner Campione is looking for a local preference. Commissioner Morris, I think, is fine with it. Commissioner Parks, I haven't heard any
I'm fine with it, with the
Okay.
local preference, which I think could be worked out, and put that in the agreement.
And then Commissioner Sabatini would not vote for it at this point. So we would bring those agreements back to you, and you would make a final vote at that time.
Okay, if we were to bring it back, though, we're not locked in until something comes back to us.
That's correct, because I think ultimately we still have to get the answer from the state as to whether or not they would be able to do
Yeah, they may
legal
be too far
preference.
down the line to put that limitation in there. And then I also want to know for certain what the school board number is going to be. But I'm having a hard time with, anything related to infrastructure in roads waiving. But
And before, while we're on the subject, can we get the total amount that this company's receiving from the state?
their whole their project's being paid for by bonds issued through sale program. So to build this whole thing.
Yeah.
Did we put up any money on matching for that? No, okay. Okay, all right, so you kind of hear where we're at. The attorney's going to look at putting something together to come back, and then, but we wouldn't make a final decision until that came back.
Is that for all three of them?
I think one.
Can I just add one comment on the local preference, which generally I'm receptive to, but I'm skeptical. Why? Because once this is sealed and done, there's no legal remedy that you can insert into the agreement that later, if they say, you know what, these people are kind of from Lake County or whatever, and we're going to take them in. If we're displeased with the application process, I don't think there's a way that you can penalize them or force them into
We can send them a bill for the impact fees.
uncollectible bill. I agree. You could send it, but I just don't think you could work it legally. That's why I'm generally, but maybe our great county attorney can explore a possible option of what that would look like.
What's the total value of what's your investment?
$57 million.
Okay.
10,750,000 in sale, and the rest is tax exempt bonds and low income housing tax credits.
And those are low-interest bonds?
30 million in tax exempt bonds.
So as far as Live Local goes, would this be one that you could apply to try to get a tax exemption on?
Well, we're exempted out of it.
I know, but if we're not, if the numbers get run next round or a year from now, is that something you'd be looking to do?
We're currently not considering that. The way that the personal recourse is currently written comes with huge financial penalties for noncompliance. So it's not something we're currently considering.
Okay.
Meaning the new legislation is changing some of that, with more of the compliance side of it. But some could still do it,
Because I'm thinking back to the couple that actually got credit, or they got exempted, and there was one up in Mount Dora, I think, and then there were one or two in South Lake, and I think they got some waivers and different things in order to get their projects in place, and then they submitted for the tax exemption. So I'm kind of getting into that land of having a hard time with it from a principal standpoint because it's just feeling like a lot of cost shifting, and we're already in the hole on a lot of things locally.
it's a tough subject. But you also need workers, and it's like, what do you do? I guess that's why we're all up here, right? Just to struggle and make those decisions,
And explain them.
Yeah.
Okay, all righty, so we'll be bringing back something, and we'll see if we can, where it lands. Thank you for being here. Thank you for answering questions.
Absolutely. Thank you all for the consideration.
Okay. All right, Development Services, tab 33, Mike Fitzgerald on the JPA with City of Groveland.
Wait a minute, Chairman, that was only on.
We didn't consider 2 or 3.
Okay. Thank you.
JPA.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, Office of Planning and Zoning Director. I'll be presenting a report on the JPA between Lake County and the City of Groveland. Just some background. On September 6, 2022, Lake County entered into an interlocal agreement with the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council for services related to joint area visioning. The services related to joint area visioning and implementation framework services included project coordination, steering committee, conservation strategy, and a pilot program of a model joint planning agreement with Groveland, and then some further engagement with the county and municipalities on participation in the JPA initiative. On May 5th, 2025, the City of Groveland adopted Resolution 2025-20, adopting the joint planning agreement between the City of Groveland and Lake County. The JPA creates a joint planning area, a joint vision map, establishes procedures for reviewing and commenting on development orders. It utilizes standardized comment questionnaires, goes over conservation and preservation where appropriate, and provides a pathway for transportation planning to be completed within 6 months of adoption of the JPA. The agreement for road transfer will be for infrastructure transfers. That will come back to the board for review. JPA also covers affordable housing. The completion of the JPA with Groveland provides the county with a model JPA as a starting point with other municipalities, and staff wants to extend a special thanks to Tim Maslow, TJ Fish, and Groveland City Manager Mike Hine for their collaboration with the county. And at this point, I will answer any questions, but staff recommends approval of this JPA.
So the questions I had before, though, were about the transportation improvements and transferring of roads and responsibilities, and I guess that's what's being worked on next, but there's a list, a conceptual agreement in place, it looks like.
Yes, ma'am. There's an exhibit to the JPA that prioritizes some roads for joint planning, and it also illustrates where we will move forward with the road transfer agreement.
And I guess my biggest question is, as far as unincorporated residents that would be subject to the JPA, will they enjoy all of the rights they have under our existing comp plan and zoning? Like, does this in any way take away what they would be allowed to do? I mean, do they have to? I'm just trying to picture a scenario, or see if there would be a scenario where somebody would have, say, urban expansion and they've got R6 zoning, but they're not allowed to, develop that. I mean, I guess they're going to have to annex in order to develop, or I'm just trying to look out for the people that this would be imposed upon to make sure that they're not somehow losing rights that they otherwise have. Like if the city wants a lower density, but they've already got a higher density in the county, will the city be able to impose that lower density on them?
That's a great question. I would take the position that I don't foresee a city proposing a lower density too often, although the next agenda item is an annexation report, and we do have cases where they're annexing property and proposing a lower density than what they have in Lake County. Mm-hmm. It would be, annexations are generally voluntary, and they would work with the city on what was appropriate for what their proposal would be. I don't think there would be any involuntary imposition of reducing property rights. That would be in violation of the property rights element of a comprehensive plan, which is per the state statute, in everybody's comprehensive plan, city and county.
So, Madam Chairman, so this agreement does include the language that we had previously included with the city of Mount Dora, and I'll just read it quickly into the record. So it says, notwithstanding the foregoing representations or any other language within this document to the contrary, the parties hereby agree and acknowledge that the state of Florida is a property rights state pursuant to Section 70.002 Florida statutes. To the extent practicable, the parties will seek to abide by the density and intensity requirements set forth under this agreement, provided, however, that nothing herein shall restrict either the county or the city from exercising its authority to amend its respective comp plan, official zoning maps, or apply land development regulations consistent with the provisions contained therein, or otherwise to make land use decisions for areas within their respective jurisdictions within the JPA. So no, they can't require, we can't require a resident to abide by a city zoning. They can't do the same for us.
Okay. And I was, thinking back to a case that we had where we had a landowner who wanted to develop. They went to a city, and a city said, no, we don't want to approve what you're allowed to do in the county. We want you to do something less. And that put the landowner in a bad position. So that's why I just wanted to make sure. And we had that provision, as I recall, in that case that I just described.
Yes, so that's what we had worked out with Mount Dora when we were looking to terminate their JPA, and this will be carried over into all future JPAs that we have with additional cities. Again, this document is more about sharing information and coming up with a joint plan, less so to bind any particular jurisdiction to follow a particular density or intensity standard.
Okay, and then what about utilities and forced annexations, essentially? If you need the utilities, then you have to annex into the city, essentially. Is that how it's set up?
The city has a covenant of annexation that they sign with the developer.
And it's based on when that property becomes contiguous? Is that?
I don't think that, yeah.
We would call it legally annexable.
Right.
Based on
Okay.
what's in their ISBA.
Okay, based on that. Okay.
Yeah, I was just, obviously, I'm, very supportive of it, and I certainly appreciate the questions. A lot of great discussion today. This is, I think, important to addressing growth management concerns, and, so you hear me talk about it all the time, so I'll keep my conversation short on that, other than I'm very supportive of it. And I think in the non-sort of attorney terms, no, this isn't adding a new land use category or some kind of, change in zoning designations. But those are good questions to ask. Everybody will still go through the same process that they would. It's just that now the city and the county are going to be, we're requiring ourselves to coordinate and communicate on this intentionally and purposeful to address these issues before they get to us, and to, quite frankly, to keep developers from, not all of them do this, not all of them, but a lot, more than enough, do this where they play the county and the city together. So this is a step to prevent that from happening in the future. And I really appreciate your work on this, Mike, and Kathleen, who's not here, and Groveland, I know, is here as well. So thank you to them for being a leader in this as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
A lot of calls, a lot of Zoom meetings with Mike and Kathleen and Melanie, going through all the minutia on this, so thank you.
Kathleen and the county attorney did a lot of the heavy lifting on this, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you like to do the honors?
Yes, sir. I'll make a motion for approval.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right, good job. I know there's a lot of time spent on making that happen. So moving ahead then to Planning and Zoning Annexation Report, and I'm going to call on Mike on behalf of Kathleen.
Thank you, Chairman. Just some background on this. The Board of County Commissioners requested that staff begin making presentations on annexation notices that we receive. This is an extension of the joint planning initiative that we have. We have 3 notices that we'll be going over today: Leesburg, Umatilla, and Claremont. These notices come in very quickly. I apologize. The only notice that went into the published agenda was for Leesburg. They come in very quickly, and if the agenda item closes, I don't get the opportunity to publish it, but I will go over these items. Beginning with Leesburg, they're proposing to annex 37.48 acres east of Radio Road, north of US 441. The current zoning is agriculture in R6. The proposed zoning is planned unit development. Current county FLU is urban medium density, and their proposed city FLU is a state residential. And the differences between that, Lake County density is 7 dwelling units per acre. The city density is 4 units per acre. I'm happy to answer any questions on that. I have the location map east of Radio Road, and then a comparison of what the current zoning and land use is. And the city is contiguous to the south. That strip of land that comes up touches it to the south and makes that property contiguous and annexable.
Where's the access? I'm just trying to make sure I.
The access is on Radio Road.
The access goes out to Radio
Oh, all
Road.
of those pieces together and then out to radio.
I've had calls on this project. It is right, they'll go right behind Iron Gate, and some of those houses will have a road that will be higher than their abutment, their concrete barrier. So there's a lot of concern on this. I spoke with Leesburg Mayor. He is concerned, he told me. So I don't know where it's going to go, but they have access. They could get access through the mall. That is one point of access. But there's a lot of wetlands that are in here that they're going to have to do some infill on to make it fly. So.
Okay. Commissioner Parks.
I do want to add for the board that the city commission date is June 9th, where they will take this under consideration.
This isn't the environmentally sensitive piece that we were going to buy several years ago.
Yes.
That Commissioner Parks was working so hard to get a grant for.
We tried, yes, we did try it. So, yes, we did try it. Thanks, Chair. You remember that too. This was, it was. We were trying to get this for a potential preservation parcel, because the parcels that you have highlighted 2, 3, and then the one below it have like some rare plants on it, like very rare. They're listed as threatened or endangered, basically. Not just one, but there are a bunch of them there, and they all have, there's 4 or 5 of them that are threatened or endangered. So I know we were trying to pursue that to acquire it, and we just never could. But I don't know what, I'm just putting that in there for history and knowledge, and I don't know if that's out of our hands now, but there you go. At least you know. We tried.
And this is a parcel that wasn't a professor at Lake Sumter. He would bring his biology students over,
Yes.
and they would actually go on this property because it had such interesting.
Exactly,
flora
like
and fauna.
Clasping-White area, Bonamia, they had, there was scrub mint, a bunch of stuff. And there was, I think there was at one time possibly scrub jays, although I don't believe that now. It's too isolated, but yeah, sand skinks for another one. So there was a number of species that they were listed and protected. We were trying to get that property in preservation and just couldn't.
Maybe somebody should submit to the plaque.
Yes.
Public Land Acquisition Group
Well,
Committee.
it had some value to it, especially with that number 1 parcel to the right.
Is there anything, though, in that file, like historically, that we could pass on to the city of Leesburg to let them know that it was a property that was under consideration at one point and it was due to its environmentally sensitive?
Yeah, I think we probably have some environmental reports, so we can certainly pass that on. And just for, Jeopardy trivia information, Lake County owns the parcel to the south, which is 1301238. We actually own that property. I believe we purchased it to be used for stormwater for Radio Road expansion at some point in the future.
And do we maintain Radio Road?
Yes, I believe, yes, that is a county road.
So are most of the developments on Radio Road inside the city of Leesburg? And is there any kind of agreement that we have with Leesburg about Radio Road going under city maintenance or anything like that?
We don't have any agreements with Leesburg that I'm aware of.
So that could be another comment, that this is another opportunity where we've got a road that's primarily inside the city limits. And
So just looking at the city limit map, other than the mall, it does not appear that the surrounding neighborhoods are in the city limits. They are when you go over to Silver Lake, but not going up Radio Road.
Okay, well, that's important to consider. I think we should register our concerns about the environmental sensitivity of it, and then the concerns that you raised about adjoining property owners. These are unincorporated residents then that are telling you that this road is going to be potentially impacting them.
Above.
Yeah, it'll be.
That's what they'll look out at.
It has to be
from their
above.
backyards.
Wow.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, because that was one issue when we were looking at the purchase of the land was the work it was going to take to build that up, correct?
So,
The fill and everything, yeah.
and I don't mind going to the meeting,
Okay.
city council meeting, if you want me to.
Would you also like us to draft a letter, just so you have something to put on the record?
Absolutely.
And Radio Road, as far as deficiencies, issues there, anything that needs to be raised?
Yeah.
Fred,
It's,
Jeff?
I think that was one of the questions when this came up at P&Z at board at Leesburg, is how they were going to get in and out of the development, what it would need.
Jeff Earhart, Engineering Director. I'm not specifically aware of any major traffic one. We would have looked at how their entrance would interface with Radio Road. We do have plans to 4-lane Radio Road at some point in time, so there's some projects that have been identified a long time ago, and we also have some sidewalk plans along Radio Road, both of which are unfunded and cost a lot of money.
Very expensive.
So these are the issues that we can raise in our letter.
More traffic.
Right now, what is this, go back to our zoning map, what is this in the county?
Current county zoning is agriculture and R6. And they are proposing a planned unit development.
Okay, R6 is that light green? Is that?
The green is
Wait.
agriculture, the R6 is the orange.
Oh, it's the orange, right, okay.
What's the density comparison? I mean, number of units?
Yeah, that's a
Number of units
good
comparison.
question. So they're actually going down.
Yeah, but
Number of-
I'm thinking they're
total number
only
of
going
units
down
could be
because they don't have
237 under county, and
the
the
land
municipalities
approved
proposing.
subunits. It's all wetlands and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what, to your point, I think this is what Commissioner Smith is going to say, though, but is it really usable, though, at our density, our higher density? I mean, could,
Our density is net acre, their density is gross acre.
yeah.
But, if you can see that on the screen, it's approximately a difference of 100 units.
Yeah, I just don't think we would, even if they were in the county, I don't think they would get 237 units, though.
Well, they're over 50, so we have to come in for a PUD.
Yeah.
So at that point, we would have the opportunity to look at the environmental issues, road issues.
Yeah, either way, it's up to the city of Leesburg, right? Because this is in the city of Leesburg. So I would suggest that we just write a letter with all of our stuff and have Commissioner Morris hand present the,
They're annexing it, though.
right, hand present it to the council members of Leesburg. That way it's more of a, it's not just a letter. It's, hey, we're actually invested in this, so.
Okay, and on the road improvements and the issues, the problems with radio and improvements that we need, I think the ask should be that prior to annexation, that we sit down with the city of Leesburg and look at a road maintenance agreement, a road improvement plan for Radio Road and the intersections impacted, so that we're actually saying that we're asking them to hold off until we can get those things in place, so that maybe there are things that they could request from the developer in order to help with what needs to be done out there.
Would this be one of them opportunities, I think you came up with it, that we don't allow them a driveway permit? A permit to connect to our road?
So
So right now, that's an administrative function, so long as they meet the requirements of the code. We are working on revamping that driveway ordinance based on comments that the board has given us before, but it hasn't been changed yet.
Is that going to mean it's going to, we're going to have to make a code change so that we decide on it?
Correct.
How soon can we get that code changed?
Exactly.
Well, it sounds like it just moved up on my list.
Good. That'll be great.
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay, all right, next. Do we have another one? Oh, boy.
The next notice that we received is for the city of Umatilla, and those city commission meetings are June 3rd and June 17th. They're proposing to annex 24 and a half acres north of Cooley Road, west of Maxwell Road. Current Lake County zoning is agriculture. Proposed city zoning is agriculture residential, AR1. County flu is urban low density. Proposed city flu is agriculture, with 4 dwelling units per acre in the county, and this being reduced to 1 dwelling unit per acre in the city. Their proposal is would be 24 units, 25% open space, as opposed to 98 units and 35% open space in the county. This is the general location. And this is the comparison of the zoning versus the future land use. And you can see that the city of Umatilla is abutting it directly to the east.
Right, so they're down zoning significantly. Anybody have comments? Want to raise concerns? Hard to raise concerns when they're down zoning significantly. Next one.
The next two are in the city of Claremont. This first one, the meeting is scheduled June 10th for City Commission. They're proposing to annex 60.51 acres southeast of Lake Louisa Road and Hammock Ridge Road intersection. This is actually a project called Ivy Ridge, which was approved and is under development right now under Lake County. Current county zoning is planned unit development. County flu is urban low density, 4 dwelling units per net acre. When I contacted the city, they were undetermined as far as what zoning and land use they were going to apply, but it will be city and zoning and land use that will accommodate what we have already approved. And here's a quick comparison. It's 2.84 dwelling units per acre, and they are proposing 145 units. They're already into subdivision construction and final plat stage. This is just a matter of course for them to annex the final product.
It sounds like there wouldn't be any comments on this.
Yeah, no comments, just a little bit of history on this, too. I'm getting a lot of questions about this. It's the usual, not approving new development, but they're seeing all this go up under construction, and it is quite under construction right now if you drive down Marsh Hammock Road. More of just saying this on the record, and so you know some history. That was originally, if you want to maybe put it back up on the screen, that was originally approved in 2004, maybe 5. A landowner bought all that property and had his house on it. You can still see it in the aerial there, and was going to keep it all in preservation, his own preservation. I guess the plat and the entitlements were never really extinguished on that. And then property was sold, and they came along and used the old plat, and it was approved back in 2004, 2005, and that's basically how they proceeded to get to this point.
I don't know the whole history on the approval.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't look at it because I definitely got a lot of questions on it. And this is for us to know that there's a lot of development that's occurring from the 2002 to 2006 timeframe that's on the books.
Right.
And this is front and center for me in my district as a case.
Where they already they used the old
yes.
zoning.
They had property rights on it.
And they had urban low land use.
Yep.
So.
Exactly, yeah.
Good information, though.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we move on to the next one.
The next one is a similar case. This is also in Claremont. The meeting date is June 10th. They're proposing to annex 357 acres south of Hartwood Marsh, west of the Lake Orange County line. And this is a project known as McKinnon Groves. It was approved as a planned unit development. The county land use is Wellness Way North, and this is 3.08 dwelling units per acre. And it will be the 332 units that are approved. And this is the location down in the Wellness Way area.
All right, so this is McKinnon, where we did the big buffers, we had all of the open space,
Yeah, we.
clustering,
Yeah, just again, history on this. They were entitled for not only slightly less number of units than what was actually permitted, so I want to make that clear. We went through, Commissioner Smith, were you on the board at that time? Yeah, so we had a couple actual special hearings on this whole thing. It was such a big deal. And the buffers on this are required, are very extensive, and they did provide a lot to beyond what was even required, and their sensitivity to Wellness Way, and so I certainly give them credit on that. This is a case where perhaps it being in the county first, in light of one other development that was in the city, wasn't necessarily, as Wellness Way was implemented, wasn't up to the Wellness Way standard. This certainly went above that in the case, so maybe this was good that it was actually painstakingly approved at the county commission level at that period of time.
and it was painstaking.
It was, yeah.
That's the one where we had that whole social media campaign that happened on the Orange County side, remember that? And they were like doxing us, and yeah, it was really bad.
Yeah.
But he's got like these huge like pine tree buffers, or he's planting all of these new pine trees, and
Right. Yeah,
yeah, it's
for
like
one-
really
1 acre wide buffer around the whole thing.
Yeah.
Literally 1 acre wide, so, yeah.
Okay, I mean,
No comments on that.
so that's it? This is,
That concludes the presentation.
okay, all right, well, I'm anxious to see that letter and see Public Works staff comments on the improvements on radio and intersections that we need assistance with. All right, then moving along to other business, we've got Children's Services Council appointments, and that would be Commissioner Sabatini as liaison.
Yeah, they both look good. You know, of course, Lieutenant, I think now Captain Earl's at the Sheriff's Department. He's replacing Major Meisinger, who was on that board for a very long time. I'm on the board, obviously, now. I was on the board actually a long time ago also. It's a good board. And then Evelise is on there already and does a good job, so I'd recommend approval for both. I would make a motion for approving both.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes. Moving on then to Planning and Zoning Board at large, unexpired term through January 31st, 2027, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people applying. Do we have any recommendations or proposed?
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Parks?
I will speak in support of Sean Leahy from District 4 this is an at-large.
Mhm.
I think I think he's in the audience. And has your whole family stayed through this whole thing?
I hope you're going to give a test later.
You owe them like a serious lunch or something, like big time. But I do know, willingness to be involved and wanting to know this process. So I will speak positively in favor of Sean Leahy.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Second.
All right, and I've actually been around Mr. Leahy quite a bit, and he is extremely involved in things and seems very interested in planning and zoning issues and has worked hard in a lot of other capacities. So I think it's a great idea.
All right.
All right.
Buy them lunch.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving then to tab 37, this is Commissioner Sabatini again. On the Board of Adjustment, we're looking for an appointment for District 1.
I think they both look good. I think Mr. Gavitt's veteran background was very impressive, and he's got a high-level job with Advent, very professional job. So I think he's going to be good. So I'd make a motion to approve him.
Okay. Second.
All right, we have a
So, we're in
motion and a
discussion?
second. We're in discussion. We have a motion and a second. We're in discussion.
All right, so I'm just wondering if we even need this board.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
happy to
I know.
have that conversation too, by the way, yeah.
So let me finish that. There have been 11 cases in the year lasting 10 to 20 minutes. So you're bringing these people up for 10 to 20 minutes. So I believe that Melanie has some counties and done some digging. This has all gone over to the Planning and Zoning Board, and the Planning and Zoning Board has this, and they can make recommendations. And go ahead, Melanie.
So, yeah, if some of you will recall, prior to some of you being on the board, we had this discussion maybe 2 or 3 years ago about whether or not it was efficient to have 2 separate boards, just based on the number of cases that they have. So I had done a lot of research. I think Volusia County is probably the model that looks like it would fit your needs if you choose to combine these functions. Volusia County does have a planning and zoning board that does exactly what ours does. It makes recommendations on conditional use, rezoning, and comp plan amendments to their Board of County Commissioners. But that same board also is a final decision maker for the variances. I have had some discussion with the county attorney in Volusia, and he says it works well for them. Several other counties will do sort of a variety of mix. We've got Orange County actually has its own separate Board of Adjustment. Hernando, Flagler, Pasco, Seminole, and Citrus do use a planning and zoning board. Some of them make recommendations on variances to their commissioners. Some of them are final decision-making. So it would not be out of the realm of normal if you decided to combine those functions and have one board do both.
I should know this, but I forgot. Our adjustment board currently doesn't have final authority, correct?
Actually, they do.
They do, okay.
They do.
So we did 2 conversations. One, should they? And then number 2, consolidating. I'm totally all about consolidating. I think if somebody's making a density, analysis, very serious analysis, they should obviously handle variations too. And plus, sometimes they're packaged and whatnot. But long story short, I'm okay. I think consolidation is good, but I'm not super passionate about it. But I think we should have the final authority on the variances. But if you guys want to go with the board having that, I guess that's fine too.
Yeah. All right. So the reason why, let's take the board having the final decision. I think the reason why we didn't want to do that was because you want them to just go ahead and have one hearing instead of making them have 2 hearings. That's so the history, because we've discussed this, over the last couple of years, a couple times. Actually, the consolidation, as far as I understand, we did put them together. So if somebody comes, when I say them, I mean the Board of Adjustments and the Planning and Zoning on the same day. So if somebody did have to get a variance request, they're still going to have, regardless, they still have an application to fill out and they have to go in front of a board. The consolidation part was having them do it at the same day as Planning and Zoning is what that was.
That's correct. So when we discussed this previously, what the board opted to do is rather than combine their functions into a single board, they moved the Board of Adjustment from a Thursday meeting date to a Wednesday afternoon meeting date. That has posed some problems with getting people to serve on Board of Adjustment because their meeting time originally was 1 o'clock on Thursday. Some members did drop off because they weren't able to come at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday. So far, we've been fortunate in that the Planning Board has not run over into the BOA time. But by putting them on the same day, it did help streamline some issues for the staff so they weren't having to run different meeting dates and have different staff, out of the office on different days. So now they have both meetings on the same day. So it's just a matter, again, of whether you would like to keep them separate or you would like to combine them into just one sitting board to do both functions.
I'm all about one board that way. You're never going to have a problem with quorum. I mean.
Yeah, you're always going to have a quorum here.
Yeah, I mean.
It's not that many cases.
Yeah, not that many.
many
I mean,
cases.
but I think it's cyclical, though. I mean, sometimes, how many, all right, so I was on a Board of Adjustments a long time ago, and, we had 12 to 16 cases.
It was different then, though, I think.
Yeah. I know the code's changed and it's become more efficient, but I mean, I think you're always going to still have them, right?
So in February, you had 1 case, in March, you had 3 cases, in April, you had 4 cases, in May, you had 3 cases. But May was special because you only had 2 members present.
Yeah.
So they had to do, and these cases last, it's a roof pitch, or it's,
So it can last for a while because they are, and whoever's making the application cares passionately about it. They wouldn't be there. Like it's really,
no, what I'm
really
saying
important.
is that there are quick cases, and a lot of them are on consent.
So a couple of things have happened over the last few years. The Board of Adjustment also used to hear all types of variances. And then when we had a tower case where the Board of Adjustment had given a variance, I believe it was for centering on the property, but then that same tower case had to come to you for a rezoning, it kind of puts you in the predicament of, if you didn't particularly think that that was appropriate, you now had a separate board that had already rendered an order. So we had made changes to the code that if it was a conditional use permit or a conditional zoning, that the Board of County Commissioner could grant what we deemed a waiver to code provisions, so that that way applicants were not going to 2 different boards, especially if they had an associated rezoning. So what you're seeing right now with your Board of Adjustment, I would say, and Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, if he's still here, but majority of what you're seeing at Board of Adjustment is a variance to wetland setbacks or setbacks of another sort. Typically, majority of your cases are coming after the fact, folks that have already put in improvements and have now either had a code enforcement case against them and they're asking basically for forgiveness. So that's really what you're seeing, which is part of the reason why your caseload has dropped off with the Board of Adjustment. For 2023, they had a total of 29 cases throughout the entire year. 2024, they only had 32 cases. This year, between January and May, they're tracking at about 18 cases. They are typically consent. They typically almost always get approved, although there have been some that have been denied lately. It just kind of depends on, who you sit on that board. You only have 3 sitting members at the moment. So yes, your last meeting, one of those individuals could not be there. So it was quite interesting to have 2 members. Of course, the chairman can't make a motion, so the other one's making the motion and they're seconding. But we had a limited number of cases that were not controversial.
All right.
Just real quick, Chair. I know that part of the quorum issue or not having enough has been, my spot from District 2 has been open for a long time. But I do have somebody that I would be prepared to put on there, actually from District 1, which I'm allowed to do. But they could serve that, so you would have, I know somebody that would be there, right, they would be there, he would be at every meeting.
So it is a 7-member board. You have 3 sitting members. Today's agenda item would be to appoint somebody for District 1 and an at-large. So there's 2 openings. You have 2 applicants. Of course, you can choose to appoint them or not, or go back out. But typically, it would be a 7-member board, and we have struggled to keep members.
Yeah. Plus, I have one that for District 2 spots open though as well, right?
Yes, right now, District 4, District 5, and 1 at-large member are appointed.
Okay. Yeah. So I have one that I would put on there.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second on the table right now.
No, we don't have anything yet, so I'm fixing to make a motion, but again,
We do.
We did, and that we were in discussion.
And it was for Hugh Gravitt.
I made a motion, and then Commissioner Moore seconded, or Sean did too.
I think I seconded.
Yeah.
oh, okay, yeah.
And that's because we got to do it right now, because if not, they have no quorum, correct? So they have no quorum if we don't do this. And then
They have a quorum so long as all 3 show up. They had a quorum the last meeting, but only 2 people were there because the quorum is the majority of the appointed members, and they only have 3 appointed.
And if we were to do a new ordinance, it's going to take a reading to advertise and then.
Correct. We would still need appointments because it'll take a month or 2 to get that
Okay,
back.
so with this motion and second on the table, we can move forward with this appointee, and then if somebody thereafter wants to direct, if we have a consensus to look at merging this into planning and zoning.
Yeah, I would stand by my motion, approve him, or appoint him, but also just move right now for an ordinance for the next meeting or 2 meetings, whatever. I'm sure she's got a lot on her plate right now, but to consolidate.
Okay, all right, so let's take the one that's on the table right now, and all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we've got an appointee now. Hugh Gravitt on District 1 to Board of Adjustment. Now back to the question, do we have a consensus on moving forward with advertising an ordinance to merge the role of the BOA into the Planning and Zoning Board?
Yes.
See, we have one, we have two. I'm feeling the same way. Commissioner Sabatini, I know Commissioner Parks isn't,
Yeah,
but I think you're outnumbered.
I'm outnumbered, but I
You're
understand.
an alumni
I understand, well,
of the board.
yeah, I was also an alumni of the Pollution Control Board, and that's gone too, but, you remember that one?
Yeah, I remember when it
Get
existed.
rid of all your old committees, is that what it is?
No, I mean, whatever. I know things change, and I understand both sides of it. There are different models all around. Melanie and I were discussing this. I mean, it's interesting. All the counties and cities have, or the counties have different models all over the place. So there's no, wrong answer, I guess. But yeah, I think at this point, I'm still, from the people I talk to, they want to keep that board, and they're involved with it. And I know part of that's been on me to not have an opening there for almost a year. So I would rather just keep it the same, but it sounds like I'm outnumbered.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I know Ray Powers likes the board, and I want him to be in a good spot, and
Yeah.
I think he's obviously on the short list for one of us put on the P&Z. I think he'd do a great job there too, so.
Okay, then we're going to move ahead on tab 38, Commissioner Parks, a discussion and direction on road funding strategies.
Yeah, so I think, I know as we get to 1 o'clock here, I can keep this fairly short. This is something I wanted to just formally put on the schedule, on the agenda for discussion. I don't know there's much discussion today, but as you know, there's a $710 million gap. Those numbers are approximated and verified with Mike Woods at MPO and Fred and our staff. And the issues that we face on a regular basis of why aren't road projects being done. A lot of frustration out there. We see this at the most recent MPO and other MPO meetings where projects get put on the list and they're just always on a list and they seem like they never get done. This is a problem that this is just my own statement of my study of what's going on here. I think it's mathematically impossible to try to do everything that we want to get on that list, our list of priority projects, try to keep up with the road resurfacing, which we have talked about recently and we'll talk about in great detail in August. So I am just sort of putting myself out there in a sense of putting these options on the table. I think what the vehicle to do it, no pun intended, is through the long-range transportation process that I think that we're going through right now in the MPO to go to 2050, the 2050-year plan. We do that every 5 years. Now, as the timing is absolutely perfect, we don't have to do anything new. We don't have to create some special board. We don't have to do anything like that. All we need to do is just get with the cities and the county commission, come up with some of these options, make some tough decisions on how we're going to put more funding into the system for the roads. There's a number that's been tossed around. Mike and I have talked about this, Mike Woods. What if, it's a what if number, what if the county and the cities committed $40 million per year to have the skin in the game, to be able to, the cooperative funding to work with the state? Well, from my discussions with them and with DOT and discussions with our consultants is if we're able to do something like that, 40 or 50 million per year, then we are going to have a really good chance of knocking off all those projects within the next decade. And I mean, that's how long it will take. We're that far behind. So it's going to require some tough decisions. Do we use general fund? Do we restructure penny sales tax? By the way, it's not all about taxing. It's about asking more from developers. That's part of it as well. With the coordination through the JPAs on that. And that's, as you will see in the paper, that is a key point, and that's something that we have to do. Those funding agreements, not proceeding with projects until certain roads are fixed, having those roads done before the development's in place. But we have to do that with agreements. We have to resolve, so to speak, so that we have something material, something definitive and concrete to put in the long-range transportation plan. It actually has to be in that plan for it to be considered cost feasible. Otherwise, it's not cost feasible because you can put stuff on the list and plan for it long range, but you never have the funding for it. And that's the frustration of beating our heads against the wall at MPO meetings and to constituents about why road projects aren't getting done in time. Great discussion. I would, could talk about it all day, but I'm just sort of introducing this as something to start thinking about. We're going to hopefully talk about it as through the MPO process, our MPO meetings. Perhaps maybe the one ask today would be, would you be interested in this being something to discuss at that June 30th meeting when we're meeting face-to-face with all the cities, discussing our possibility of doing JPAs? We're going to have discussion on this at the MPOs, but
Well, it all figures in.
I mean, at the MPO.
It all figures in, and I
What?
know
Yeah.
all the municipalities have been invited to our meeting. So,
But I think going into it with an actual, ask, not just conceptually, oh, we want JPAs, oh, it's like, okay, we
need numbers.
We need some numbers, and we need to actually figure out how would you calculate it per city? Would it be per capita? Or is it going to be, I don't know if you just kind of pulled that number out of the air, whether you had put some thought into 40 million, was it just that could maybe make enough of a dent?
Yes, and that's in discussions with DOT and our consultant at the MPO, Mike Woods at the MPO. That could go more or less, and I don't know how far that would extend it out until all the projects are done. If we went less, or if we did more, how much it would shorten the time frame. But we can certainly get that data. And I know what you're saying is if we're going to go into the meeting on June 30th. I think we could have some specifics about this is how much money we need, and it's backed by the data. And if you're able to get that from your general fund and from reallocating your own penny sales tax, because the cities get penny sales tax money, if you're able to recommit on that, and then work with us on the funding agreements for the roads with the developers, then they would do this through resolution at their councils, which we would in turn put in as a way to fund these
But
roads.
it does need to be joint.
Yeah.
I think they're going to look at it that they're funding the county. Now you're asking for more funding of the county when they are doing their road structures also. So I think we all need to get on the same page to say, your road's leading into our road, and this road needs to be done. And, to work together that way instead of just saying, you're going to give us more money.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. No, I don't want to come across that way.
But it's
Yeah.
based on that, we've already got our list.
Yeah.
It's based on a master plan that goes out 20,
Yes.
30, 40 years.
Right.
That's your starting point.
But what I've seen so far on the 3 MPO meetings I've been on, that everything gets moved around. The number one priority isn't the one, it doesn't get funded.
Okay, so the reason that happens is that you get X amount of money per year, and you don't know for sure you're going to get the money that the state is supposed to be giving you that year. And so then you've got X amount of dollars to work with. And so you're trying, and everybody's jockeying for, you got $20 million, and you could do these 4 projects, or you could do $20 million isn't going to get you the one that's your top priority project, so you just keep putting the top priority project. You saw how it works.
And it also depends upon whether a city steps up to the plate. Like Wildwood stepped up in $5 million of their own money. Groveland, I know the bypass is, we talked about that all the time, but they risked it themselves and took out a bond.
Well, okay, so that's a really big point, because I'm just trying to understand how logistically this would work. Because if I was a city in the city shoes, and I could get X dollars out of a developer who wants to annex into my city really badly, can I take that X number of dollars and put that towards my share, or use that in a case of trying to get a project fully funded? I'm going to put $3 million in, and I want to get $10 million from the MPO. So I'm not quite sure how all the logistics would work, but you would think you would want to be able to get credit for
I would
developer contributions.
I would think
Because then that could be a way where the cities could actually start putting more skin in the game as far as getting major projects done that really need to be done.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah, so we have to do all this by the end of the year, because that's when the long-range transportation plan's done. So a little bit of a tap, but I think we can get this data.
When you say all of this, so you're talking about an actual agreement between the county and the cities on a number, or all of this as in you've got to have your list in place and you've got to...
I think you have to have the list in place and a plan to, I don't know I'll get you the specifics on what is the minimum requirement that has to be in the long-range transportation plan for it to be cost feasible and for it to mean something, using that term, but I think there has to be some kind of formal agreement, yeah, to...
Okay, so cost feasible is key, because you've got
Yeah.
to show that you've got some way to get it done.
Yeah, it's not cost feasible. If we're just talking about it, it's a great project to have and to do, and we'll agree to cooperate on it, that's not gonna cut it. It has to be like, this is how we're gonna contribute, the city's gonna contribute X dollars, the county's gonna contribute X dollars, or the development, is gonna fund this part of it.
Then we are able to get more grant money that way if we're bringing
Yes.
more to the plate.
Yeah, more out of that, what was it, like $17.5 billion budget that the state has, from $4.5 million, which just went to one I-4 project, that now 67 counties have to split the rest. Yeah, so, this is just, at the end of the day, this is, what can we do to, put more money into and I hate to use the phrase skin in the game, but more commitment, so that we're able to get that state funding, more of the state funding to us quicker. Yeah, that's what this is about.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly.
It's just, where does it come from?
Yeah, no, and it's, I know, it's going to be, those are going to be the tough decisions. We could talk about all those. We've talked about them for years. Is it out of general funds, I would say with an S, not just the county, but other cities, general funds, penny sales tax, gas tax, all of it, so.
Okay, so this was just
There's no action, yeah, just discussion.
You said, it says direction, but can we hold off on the direction so we all can think about it a little bit? And
Yeah, no, I didn't intend for it to be any action on it today. I didn't, if you're hearing me talk about it, I just thought it was important that I share it with you, so that especially now as the chair of the MPO, working with Mike and Fred on this as we go through the long-range transportation project. That's the key part of this. It's not a separate effort or something we're doing separate. We're trying to make it cost feasible into the, by coming up with a way to fund these projects cooperatively into the long-range transportation plan. And I guess the one ask was, do we talk about it on June 30th? I mean, I certainly would, but.
I think that transportation is the elephant in the room, and if you're not having that discussion, then why are we all getting together? So what is, we've got to figure out what it is that we're asking for. Should it be like with every city, we sit down with each city and we go over the needs that are directly within their city limits or adjacent to their city limits, and give an example, like with Leesburg, we have 44, and that impacts Eustis as well. And do we hone in on certain projects that really need to be addressed? I'm a little worried about just kind of getting into like a theoretical sort of, here's how we could do the funding. I'm more interested in focusing on actual projects that I know have been sitting out there that haven't been done, and maybe focusing on those projects and what dollars we would need in order to get those projects done. And then it might become more like real to everybody. Like, okay, if we put this much up, then we can start working on 44. We can get some of these intersections done, and actually focus on projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But I think Chairman has a good point. As we all know, what road, like in my district, one of the major one is Woodley Road. It needs to be widened because they got a new subdivision going down there. It's between Tavares has a lot of property down there, so does the county. So what is a split? I may maybe come up with some solid evidence and some solid ideas to have them look at that as well. I mean, we all have it. I got Druid Place, Woodley Road, Dead River Road. I mean, there's a bunch of them that we can come up with how many city residents live on the road compared to how many county residents, and you take that do a percentage, and estimated cost of the road, and you just split it up by percentage is my idea, and then present that to the city and see if they're willing to go with it.
Yeah, so let me suggest this then. So maybe what I could do is work with staff and Mike Woods in particular and Fred, and maybe at the next meeting, as we're trying to shape the agenda for the 30th, come up with like some specific questions. That way it's very specific how to address it, to add to the agenda with your input on that. So it'd be like specific projects and then what we could do if there was funding amount, if it was able to be cost feasible.
Only thing I would recommend is if we are going to have those questions, that we allow the municipalities to have those too, so they can help with the answer.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Beforehand, before the meeting.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll do that. I'll just bring it back and if everybody's good with that, just some things that that are concrete and specific for that meeting.
Excellent.
Okay, sounds good. All right, then moving to reports, do we have report from the county attorney? Report from the county manager?
Just a reminder for everyone that the county offices will be closed next Monday in observance of Memorial Day.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Sabatini?
For the sake of time, I'll give a better report next week.
Okay, we'll take that. Commissioner Parks?
Because I'm ready for lunch, I'll defer.
All right, Commissioner Smith? We're on a roll here.
I'm going to save mine to the last bit, but I do want to give the flag etiquette for Memorial Day. So on Memorial Day, you raise the flag all the way to the top of the staff, bring it back half staff until noon. That respects all the fallen soldiers. At noon, you raise it full staff and respects all the current soldiers.
Okay. And that, we've got a couple flags that we'll need. And you'll talk to City of Tavares? Well, they'll do that?
They do that.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Morris?
Nothing.
All right. I'm going to go with trend here, and I'll save my report, other than just to tell everybody that the light at County Road 439 and 42 is operational. So everybody in that area is very excited about that, and thanks to Public Works for getting that done and making that happen.
Yep.
So it's been a long process getting there, and then we had to take the next step to get over the finish line because the grant that we received didn't get us the active light, it only got us a flashing light. So everybody's really happy to see that happen. All right, Fred?
And the Wallace Lake
Okay.
too.
Okay, all right, so then we have to have our CRA meeting.
Need to adjourn.
We're going to adjourn and then reopen right away. All right, so at this point, the Board of County Commissioner meeting stands adjourned, and now we're reopening as the Mount Plymouth Sorrento Community Redevelopment Agency.
We need about 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes to get set up.
So while y'all are waiting, I know you're kind of really worried about this.
Yes.
Yeah, tell us what day it is.
Today is National Rescue Dog Day.
All right.
That's a good one.
When is it rescue?
Where's Whitney? I was looking for Whitney and I couldn't see her, so.
Recording stop.
Goldfish.
All right, we're going to open our meeting this May 20th, 2025, as the Mount Plymouth Sorrento Community Redevelopment Agency. And we're going to open up the meeting first with public comment. And I will see if we have, I don't see any comment cards at this point. Do we have anyone online who wishes to comment during the public comment period?
Yes, we have one. Barbara Morris. You should be able to unmute your line now.
All right, Barbara. We'll let you know when you get to the 3 minutes.
Thank you. Barbara Morris, District 4. I live in the Mount Plymouth Sorrento area. Public comment. This CRA plan that you're about to be hearing, it was rushed through the committee. The committee was presented this plan and none of the members had had a chance to even read it. And they wanted to postpone it so that they had a chance to read it so that they could present their questions and have discussions. And county staff instructed them that regardless, this was going to be proceeded to planning and zoning for comp plan compatibility, and then to you, regardless of whether they made a recommendation or not. So they just arbitrarily recommended it. This presents a problem because if the advisory committee does not receive this plan in time to read it before their meeting, the public certainly couldn't. And I understand Inspire had public meetings where they brought input, but the public wasn't aware of what the final plan was. And there's been a scramble to try to make changes to it. There is still things in it that is incorrect. There are still problems that I'm sure a lot of people would like to address. But unfortunately, because you put this at the end of your regular commission meeting, it discourages participation because somebody like me, I've had to sit here all day because I didn't know if you would finalize your commission meeting or not, when it would be, so I have to be here in case the CRA came up. And I would like to suggest that maybe we put a time certain for these CRA meetings at 1 o'clock so that people like myself don't sit here through your Board of County Commission meeting not knowing exactly when the CRA will come up. It discourages participation. And I wanted to address that with you guys so that maybe we can set this up to where there is more participation and more transparency, especially when the advisory board didn't even get a chance to go over this before they approved it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other hands raised? Okay. And we don't have any cards at this point, so we're going to move to our consent, which is the CRA board meetings, which were back in February 11th, 2025. Do we have a motion to approve our minutes from the last time we met?
So moved. So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a first, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Moving then to our regular agenda. This is tab 2, and Meg Brew is going to present.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Meg Brew, Director of Economic Development in Lake County. So this plan update does represent the culmination of over 9 months of work on the part of Inspire Placemaking Collective, our consultant. A draft of the plan was given to the CRA Advisory Committee members a week in advance as soon as the draft was finished, and then was presented to the Mount Plymouth Sorrento CRA Advisory Committee meeting on March 18th, 2025. The Lake County Planning and Zoning Board, sitting as the local planning agency, considered the plan at their May 7th, 2025 meeting. Sorry, I'm forgetting to click. And found it to be in alignment with the Lake County Comprehensive Plan. So the CRA Board is now asked to consider the content of the plan. In your meeting packet, you'll find communications that were received by the Lake County Office of Economic Development regarding the plan. So we did post the draft at the East Lake Community Mini Library for review by citizens. I believe we started that on mid-April. And we've received some ongoing communications from the community. So some of those, the majority of those errors have already been corrected, but they may not be reflected in the current draft. So those changes that have been made but are not reflected on the version that you have today are detailed in an errata memo. And of course, the board is also welcome to request any additional changes prior to making a recommendation to the BCC. Once the plan is finalized and all of these corrections and additions are figured out, our hope is to have it ready for the July 1st BCC meeting for a final public hearing. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. George Kramer. He's the president of Inspire Placemaking, and he'll present an overview of the plan, their process, and address any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, my name is George Kramer, president of Inspire and also a planner and involved in our redevelopment practice. Appreciate the opportunity to present the plan here today. Wanted to start by thanking staff as well as members of the community participating in this process. I'll quickly go through this presentation. I know you all have received a draft copy of the report, so I'll go quickly through the presentation and defer most of the discussion to specific questions you might have. The scope here, 5 tasks. As Meg mentioned, over 9 months. It's actually closer to a year that we're getting in. We kicked off the project in June and went through a thorough process, inclusive process, and I'll walk through those steps now. Our approach to planning, and we could probably use this for other projects than redevelopment plans, but it starts with a thorough collection and analysis of data, both quantitative and qualitative. One thing I do want to focus on as it relates to the CRA plan, as I think everyone's aware, having comprehensive and broad language is important because it provides you with flexibility to address things that may not be anticipated today that occur in the future. It has to be in the plan in order to expend those funds to it. So we incorporate that strategy. But we also complement that with a strategy, because in this CRA and virtually every CRA we work in, the list of needs far exceed the resources to address those. So there's some strategy in what projects to put forth, and so we include that as part of the process. So again, some of that quantitative data, looking at demographic and socioeconomic trends, looking at the existing land uses within the area, as well as that regulatory context, both at a future land use perspective and zoning. This area in particular, as you're aware, has the TDR that's those sending and receiving areas in, so another layer as well. We looked at infrastructure, had a lot of really important conversations. We, understand the historic rural character of the area. In keeping with that, there are a lot of private wells and septic tanks within the area. So good discussion as we look towards the future. What are some of the opportunities to retain character, but also connect to central water and sewer in a thoughtful way. I appreciate the comments during the public comment period about public input. I would just say, that having an inclusive process is really important to us. It certainly wasn't our intent to rush through anything. Our public engagement process was twofold. We did have a project website. We can track those unique visitors, so over 341, I guess, unique visitors in there. We also had an in-person open house in the middle of November at the Grace City Church. And in addition to some individual stakeholder and small group meetings. Based on that collection and assessment of the data, we did identify some priorities and put those in the different categories there, highlighting some transportation and environmental priorities, which were really important for the area. Again, we used a SWOT analysis looking at those both internal and external forces at play to develop that priority and overall strategy. There were 5 goals covering a variety of topics there that were included in that vision and goals section of the strategy formation. Again, we're looking at the plan development, but also looking at, we didn't have budget to do detailed cost estimates, but we did want to look at order of magnitude as it relates to funding, to relate the plan development and strategies with those funding goals. Where we did have more specificity, so I mentioned the broad language that provides some specificity. When we did have potential programs, as you can see there, we did do an order of magnitude cost estimate as well as identifying potential funding sources. Puts it a little closer there. The other thing we wanted to look at within here is just some big picture opportunities. And so the 3 things you see here, looking at the adaptive reuse on the industrial site there that has some acreage, that provides some unique opportunities. We're also aware of some of the challenges there as well. Looking at 46 Sorrento Avenue being the, really important character, the backbone of the region, if you will, connecting the historic towns of Plymouth and Mount Plymouth and Sorrento. The opportunity to have that main street that may have a mix of uses, but again, in keeping with the rural character, as well as the Mount Plymouth Sorrento, that internal loop, so providing that passive trail within the community. Lastly, and this was discussed at length through the Planning and Zoning Board, is the consistency with the comprehensive plan. I'm happy to go through in more detail, but it is important to note that in addition to meeting a lot of the elements of innovative planning that you have there in the future land use, there's actually a specific policy related to this CRA within your comprehensive plan currently, and we went to great lengths to make sure that consistency is maintained. So again, happy to answer any questions you have. I know we've got the specific report together, and this will come back in front of this same group as the BCC in July, but happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
So I know there were a couple additional corrections that didn't make it into the draft itself, but they're in process. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. And yeah, it's hard to believe that we've actually been at this since like November of last year when we had that first day-long open house. And I appreciate Barbara's comments. I just feel like you got to keep these things going, and you got to get your comments in, and we try to get them incorporated. We found some mistakes, got those fixed. There's still opportunity for additional items if they need to be modified. But essentially we've got to get to an end point, and we could just leave this out there forever. And you can go back and make amendments as well. We can you can change it, you can reopen it. It's just to give that framework. And do you mind going back and just I just want to look at those goals. So 5 goals, and the vision statement, that the CRA envisions a vibrant, sustainable community that preserves its natural features while promoting growth through strong infrastructure. CRA aims to enhance activity hubs, connect destinations, and diversify housing to meet residents' needs while celebrating community identity and inclusivity. So we're trying to preserve our natural features, promote infrastructure to accommodate growth, enhance activity hubs, and connect destinations, improve and diversify housing stock, and celebrate community identity. I'm happy with those goals. I think that they're broad enough that it gives you, that broad framework as we work on specific, for example, infrastructure projects. We work on the trail. We've got great land development design criteria already in place for the commercial district. So we've already got great planning tools in place to promote that Main Street district. And again, I think some of the things that were errors, they were picked up, and I want to say thank you to those of you who worked so hard to pick up on those errors and point them out. And I want to go back to that first meeting where we had a lot of writing on, I don't know, like the white, the boards and things, and there were a lot of comments to go through, and so I think that all of that was taken into account. And then I think the outreach then was to some of the stakeholders that might not have actually weighed in on some of the things at that meeting. So we tried to round that out by making sure we had comment from other folks that, and I think Hillcrest was consulted with, considering that it is in a key location in relation to the CRA. So, yeah, I mean, I think we're at a point, where we can move forward to the next steps and then come back in July. So, anybody have any questions or comments?
With Ms. Morris's concern, possibly she could put in writing what her concerns are, and they could be addressed before the July meeting. She felt it was done too quick.
Yeah.
Meg, do you want to address the process for any additional comments?
So we do have some comments from her that were very appreciated. She was good at picking up on some stuff. So as comments have come in, we have made sure to communicate them to Inspire. I think they're probably regretting not charging us by the hour at this point instead of by the project. But yes, I have been sending comments as they come along, and they've been very responsive. So we'll be following up on all of that, making sure that everything that was provided has been responded to appropriately. And then we'll have the finalized version available for the BCC in advance of the meeting. Any questions?
I was inspired.
It's a great report, very, very well put together. I've seen these in the business, so very well done, and respect the process. And again, to emphasize, what Commissioner Campione has said, you can make changes to this. It's a working document, so to speak, in that sense. You can update it and make changes, but you got to have a starting point, and the plan's important here. So
yeah, and we envision it to be a living document, and the implementation will be the most important piece of it, which will also involve hopefully a lot of community input.
yeah, and you have to have it. I mean, if you're going to try to match funding, who knows, with grants in the future and state funds and things, you have to have this done. So to keep dragging it out, you want to make sure it's right. So I understand not to minimize Ms. Morris's comments, but to be eligible too for potential funding as well, you need to have it done.
I also wanted to take this opportunity to introduce you to our new CRA coordinator. So we've just brought Carolyn Marquis on the team. You don't have to come up, but yeah. Carolyn does come with a very extensive grant background, though, so we're really excited to see how we can leverage that to kind of extend some of the TIF funds that we have available to us for redevelopment work.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay.
So let's look at these goals here real quick. Preserve unique natural features. We currently do that through all of Lake County, right?
Yeah, but we've got some neat ones here too. Yeah.
Infrastructure for growth, that's what we currently do. That's what we think about all the time.
And we're trying to fund.
Enhance activity hub to connect destinations. We're continually doing that. Improve and diversify housing stock. We certainly try to do that all the time. And then celebrate community identity. I think that we try to do that through some of our grant fundings that we do. The reason why I'm bringing these up, and I don't know if y'all know this or not, Melanie, can you explain what this CRA has to do?
So the CRA, Community Redevelopment Agency, is a special district under Florida law. So there are very specific things that they have to follow under the special district statutes and the CRA statute. One of which is we just hit the monetary threshold for auditing. So we now have to have a separate audit of their funds every year. Their funding source comes from the tax increment over when you set the base millage, and whatever those incremental revenues are is where they get their funding from. They also receive funding from the EMS fund. Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong. And up until this year, they've been receiving funds from the Lake County Water Authority. The Water Authority, you may have seen some emails come in today. The Water Authority has gone back and reevaluated, and they're actually not required to submit funds to the CRA because it's out of their mission. So they're notifying all the CRA agencies of that they'll no longer be contributing funding to that. So basically, your funding source for the CRA is essentially the incremental revenue from the general fund and the EMS fund, and I don't believe they get funding from any other source. So with the way that this is structured, you have a very defined boundary, and you now have a defined revenue source that can only be used within that boundary for the items that you put in this plan. As you see, we've got staff that's specifically dedicated to the CRA. And then again, they have to comply with all of the special district requirements, which does require staff time. They have to have a website, they have to post their minutes, their budget, there's reporting to the state and those types of things. Again, you as the CRA board are sitting in that capacity and as the BCC. So there are items that will come to you as a CRA board that will also have to go to you as the BCC. We've seen some of those double items coming through. So essentially, it's a special district that does operate somewhat independently, but still under the auspices of the Board of County Commissioners.
But can I jump on that, though?
I wasn't finished.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you know, though, because I kind of...
I wasn't finished. Let me...
Okay.
Allow me to finish, and then we'll go from...
Yeah, no, I just...
So, and I know there's going to be some, but this is actually, I think, going to help this area, what I'm proposing. Currently, we pay our CRA coordinator a loaded labor rate of $104,000 that is taking out of the CRA. That's a loaded labor rate. I've already checked it. We have to pay an auditor. We have advertising. We have staff overtime to run these meetings. My suggestion is that, and we are currently, we provide general fund money to the CRA above the CRA, what the CRA does. So why wouldn't we just consolidate all that money that we're spending out of the CRA and keep it there and not have to go through all these governmental regulations, not have to pay the staff overtime, not have to pay for any advertising. Wonderful presentation you gave, but it wasn't for free, was it? No. Okay. So just making sure. I mean, you might have been, I don't know. So we could have saved all that money and then pushed it right back in here. I can only assume that this CRA came about because they were getting forgotten and they were afraid to lose their identity. However, this has become a major corridor for us here and especially for Lake County. So I think there's going to be more emphasis in this area to make sure it's right. So I'm just trying to gain an extra $150,000 that is being taken away from this area and putting right back in to continue to do the same things we're doing. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So I'm going to fight hard
I mean,
to say, we don't want to get rid of the CRA because we did fight hard to get the CRA in the first place. It's the only CRA we have in the county. Sorrento, Mount Plymouth, the two communities years ago kind of forced to join into one identity. It is a unique and special place, and it's like a municipality, but it's not a municipality. It doesn't have municipal service, and yet we have a lot of services there that make it like a municipality. And so if you just roll it all into the county general fund, number one, they lose the tax increment, which the whole idea was this was a way, as this community grew and it improved and some of the conditions became better, that they would actually be able to keep their money there in their community and take care of some of the things that they really needed, like the road improvements and so forth. If you go back, you know, and I'm honestly, if I knew that we were going to actually have this discussion, I would have been a little bit more prepared from a chronological standpoint to kind of take us back to what was going on with the Wekiva Parkway. The road was being, essentially, people were concerned about what would happen with 46, whether the area would kind of be bypassed and people would be on the parkway and the downtown would sort of be forgotten, and then that would make it fall even further into sort of a situation. I don't want to use the word blight, but if you drive down 46, you're going to see some things that look very blighted. So the idea was let's put some focus on this community and let the folks that are in this community work together to try to create a vision, and then we work towards that vision. And so the idea that we would just sort of roll it back into the general fund and take away that opportunity for the community to sort of control and further its vision and to protect its identity, I think is going in the wrong direction. We were finally hitting a point where we're starting to have some things happen out there that do contribute to the increment that then allow them to put money back into the community. I'll give you one example, and it's a very small example, but it's really important to the community, and that is they decided, you know, to ask the board to support enhanced litter pickup along 46 and in the CRA. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but that's a very heavily traveled corridor. So they're getting enhanced, you know, litter pickup. Could you do that anyway? Well, I'm not sure that, you know, I mean, maybe when we do community cleanups and things like that, but to have a systematic, we're going to be in there more often and clean up more often, and we're going to use CRA money for that. That's just an example of the community wanting enhanced service and getting enhanced service as a result of the CRA itself. The design criteria that was formulated by this community for this community so that they would have enhanced design criteria that goes beyond what you see in other places in Lake County. You couldn't really do that if you didn't have a district. I mean, you could do a zoning overlay, but again, this was the community coming together, designing what they wanted for the community. I feel like I would just urge the board, don't take away their CRA identity, because it gives them a framework to work together as a community and to sort of promote their identity without becoming a municipality. And that's been my argument all along, is you don't need another layer of taxation. Sure, this does create, you know, you do have this layer of CRA taxation, and maybe there is a way to do it where we have some sort of a agreement in place where we're not a CRA, but we dedicate the increment back into a defined area. And if we could legally do that, then I would support something like that. I just hate the idea. We have worked so hard to get to the point where we're finally starting to see things happen, and then to lose that.
Well, just so you know, the only reason why I'm bringing this up is we're not going to forget them. We currently do it today. I'm just seeing opportunity of another $150,000 being able to be put in that place to help enhance it. That's all. So.
And I don't.
I was
yeah.
just going to say, I think you both make good points. I was just hoping maybe we could have a consensus on like having that conversation another day, just because I feel like it's a deeper conversation, philosophical conversation at this point in the day. That's just me.
I'd be okay to just forget this conversation right here, vote on what we got here, and then I'll ask the chairman to put it on the agenda later.
And then we can have public comment.
Yeah,
We can have
absolutely.
Folks tell you how they feel about it, and maybe, you'd feel differently, and maybe you wouldn't. But, I mean, granted, it's a great idea if you could take $150,000 and put it back in the community. It's just, I don't think you get there by dissolving a CRA and having come this far and worked so hard, and then to take it away from the community. I think that would be horrible. But yeah, let's have that discussion on another day, and this was supposed to be a positive exercise of actually updating a CRA plan. So with that in mind, is there a motion to?
Motion to accept the plan? It's not an official.
Second with discussion.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so if we're going to have the discussion on CRAs, there's a whole history of legislative intent, how it's a tool, and a plan is the center of that tool. And it's a framework that's set up to, is that your taser or something?
No, it's my familiars.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought maybe you were like getting ready to prod me
Taser.
along. Yeah. So we'll have that discussion later, but I'm supportive of it. I think it's a good plan. And I think those 5 goals, we've actually talked about all 5 of those on a county-wide basis today, but interesting.
Yeah, and of course, there's going to be overlap. You would hope that those would be your goals in general, right? But we're applying them with
I'm just trying to get it
specificity to an area.
We'll do it on another meeting. I think you're misinterpreting what I'm trying to
I
say.
think I probably am, because it feels like we're going in the wrong direction, not the right direction. But, okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and did we have any other items on the agenda? Okay, all right, well, we stand adjourned.
Did you get my email? Reschedule the.
Okay, I figured. Everybody grab